now. Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone, wherever you are in the world. I am Private First Class Vita Sykes, and my unit was HHC 7227 Aviation, 4th Aviation Brigade, 1st Armored Division in Hanau, Germany. Yeah, I got that right?
That's right.
That's a mouthful.
It was a mouthful. And we're here to, commemorate Operation Joint Endeavor, which started 25 years ago today with the signing of the Dayton Peace Accords. Now, we don't always get together. There's so many of us all over the world, but hopefully we're streaming live in I4, S4, K4 Bosnia groups. So you guys are seeing us. And we're so excited to do this with you guys today. So what we're going to do, we're going to have, let me set up some housekeeping. First, you guys need to have some drinks because this is a beer tent. So get your drink of choice. You're not glued to the chairs, so you can get up and leave and walk around. And we're gonna break at the every hour at the 45th minute of the hour, so we could stretch, take a break, because we're old and we can't do what we used to do because we're older than we used to be, but we're better than we used to be too.
That's true.
So yes, that's very true. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm just so excited right now. And I was gonna cancel this thing because I was so nervous that nobody would show up. But I think it's gonna be okay.
Absolutely.
And just so you know, you guys, for those who entered on Eventbrite, I do have a raffle. There are patches and hockey pucks if you're into that type of thing, and pops, and very specific to 1996. So you guys need to stay tuned, and we'll be working with this together. So now we're gonna start early because Kelley's here already. Let me introduce Kelley to you guys. Okay, so first off, this woman does not quit at all. If there's an obstacle in her path, she's gonna take it. And the one thing I really appreciate about Kelley is that she keeps her word and she says that she'll do what she's gonna do. And she and her husband founded an organization called Forgotten Not Gone, where they provide bike rides to veterans in the Las Vegas community. She's hoping to take it national, and I hope she does too, because I've been in one of those bikes, and probably my biggest fear was, traffic safety, because I was really scared. But I bet that between Kelley and Peter, they have probably logged over like 100,000 miles, if not more.
Probably.
Yeah. So without further ado, let me introduce Kelley Guidry. Kelley, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I have been missing you. So I manifested you.
Yes.
I don't know if I deserve all the good praises, but I'll take them.
So tell me about what you guys been doing. So just so you know, Peter, who's not here today, he won an award, the Veteran of the Month award here in Henderson, and we're really proud of him for getting that done. So yay, Peter! Yay, Kelley!
Yay.
But Peter can't do that stuff without Kelley. And so Kelley has really supported just all kinds of just outings and things that keep you active in the getting out of the damn house. So can you tell everybody here about getting out of the damn house and what made you get out the damn house?
Well, really, we were talking to ourselves. We say it all the time. It's easy for veterans. I will try and speak for myself, but I've helped a lot of veterans. I know a lot of veterans, and they all say the same thing. Isolation is our friend. Like we know how to isolate with the best of them. We could go months without seeing people and it wouldn't bother us. Unfortunately, the thoughts in your head are not always good thoughts. And so when I was talking to them, I was trying to be soft and nice. And then I remember, first off, I was a cop, okay, in the Air Force. So nothing was soft and nothing was nice. right? Sometimes you just got to tell people, get out the damn house. And what we learned was they appreciated it more. I talked to them like I would talk to myself, and putting aside every excuse that you have to get out for your mental health. And we realized mental, physical, and spiritual was all combined in one. So once you got physical, it got the brain juices flowing. And yeah, we just started telling people to get out the damn house. But most importantly, we started doing it ourselves, and led by example. I don't ask anybody to do anything I'm not willing to do for myself.
Yeah. And that's what I respect most about you, because you just you don't really take a whole lot of mess. But let's talk about like somebody who hasn't been physically active in a while, and they find like bike riding physically daunting. Like, hey, I'm not doing this. I'm afraid to, like, when I first went out with you guys, I was afraid I was going to get hit by a car. So
Right.
what would you say to somebody who's, they need to get out the house, but they just don't have just nowhere to start?
Well, literally, that's the backstory of how we came to have recumbent trikes. So we're just not providing regular bikes. We went to Palo Alto when I worked for the IRS. It was a week-long study that they did on my husband. It was through the VA. He got a different level of care that, I'm sure some veterans say they get a certain type of care. And, they paid for a week for him to go to Palo Alto, and they did every single thing that was wrong with him, his knees, MRIs, all kinds of stuff. And it was actually then, I think it was 2012, I want to say, that I found out that he had suicidal ideations. I had no idea. So, and we've been married for 22 years. It was probably what, I don't know, 16, 17 years at that point, or 14, something like that. So to find out that my best friend that I've been sleeping next to was considering the only way out to be taking his life was pretty shocking. But anyway, at the end of that week, they provided a comprehensive plan based on everything that they found. And one of the things that they suggested was a trike,
Okay.
a recumbent trike, which was, you see them when you go into like the gym, it's kind of like you're sitting down.
Yeah.
Right. So I knew that it had rehabilitative qualities, but they said that it would help with anxiety. They said that it would help with depression. And I just thought, okay, guys, it's a bike. Like, I don't think it's going to do all that. Right. So when we got home, the VA would not purchase it for whatever reason. And we just kind of put it on the back burner. I just tried all the other stuff that they suggested. And then he went to California and he test rode one. Okay. And he called me and he was just talking about it. And I heard him smiling through the phone. And he hadn't smiled in years. And I was like, are you smiling? He was like, oh my God, Kelley, it was so much fun. I can't even explain it. So I was like, well, okay, let's figure this out. So we took out a personal loan and we bought his bike and another bike so that I could ride with him or another veteran could ride with him. And literally within 3 to 4 months, complete different person. He started sleeping more. He was sleeping like 4 or 5 hours, which doesn't sound like much, but he wasn't sleeping at all.
Yeah.
He had begun to stutter, and when you sleep, your body repairs itself. So when you don't sleep, you're in danger of a lot of things just breaking down. He couldn't convey a message because his mind was always racing from the anxiety. And whenever he got anxious, he would just hop on that bike and ride it out. We were downtown at the time, and you can see the videos from when we first started. It's 3 a.m. and it's just Peter on his bike riding, GoPro taping. But you've seen our bikes. The Bullet was so appealing that people started to talk to him. So it naturally pulled him out of his isolation. So he started talking to people about the bike and stuff like that. And when we went in our building, people were like, what's up, Pete? Hey, Pete. Oh, and I'm like, who are all these people? How do you know all these people? And he like, oh, they come up and talk to me about the bike and stuff like that. And it just hit us. I said, you know what? Every veteran should have access to this, whether they can afford it or not. So we were just going to get a few bikes and let a few people ride, and 2 bikes turned into a fleet of over 40 something odd bikes.
Wow.
Yeah. And so we decided to try and take away every excuse that a veteran has, which was your original question. how to get over that fear. So it's just not a regular bike. Our bikes look fun, they look cool. They're designed for people who have mobility issues. So the trike being 3 wheels, there's no being scared about it being shaky or anything like that. So we've gotten a lot of people who have TBIs, traumatic brain injuries, out without the fear of trying to balance and stuff like that. And then it's handicap accessible, it's easy on the knees, it's built for the back. So whatever excuse you have, we can take that away. We got bikes that fit people who are 400 pounds, 6'7". So whatever your excuse is, we got a bike for it. So get out the damn house, okay?
All right. Always get out the house. So I was reading in your bio that you wanted to take it national. So how close? I know that I remember when you guys first started. All right. I remember from the bottom. And I remember when you guys just had your 2 bikes or whatever, and you're riding around town with them. And now you've got a fleet of 40. So
40 plus.
40 plus. And that is just dedication to the cause, because you've been doing this for like, I want to say like 8 years almost.
7 years.
Yeah.
7 years.
And, you know, just to watch you guys just take something like a seed like that and grow it up into something like that. And now you guys want to take it to a national level is really just, I'm so proud of you.
Oh, thank you.
And so, like, so what do you think we need right now in a post-COVID world to make sure that suicide ideation doesn't go back up? Because what I've been finding that a lot of people feel that way right now, and they're not even talking about it, and it's tough. And just to keep balance in a post-COVID world, and knowing that we might get locked down again. What tools do you have to tell people that, you know, hey, you know, just because COVID's going on doesn't stop the show?
Right. Really the same thing. Get out the damn house. It doesn't matter what you do. So we had a mechanic who's taking care of an elderly mother and another elderly person. So he really wasn't risking bringing something back to them. So a lot of our bikes were broken down. And we needed to get out the house for our mental capacity. So we started walking. And when we first started, we couldn't even walk around the block. It was that bad. And now we can walk. The longest we've ever walked was 7 miles. And we do it with ease. Everybody in the neighborhood knows us. So we started, remember we used to have the Saturday Night Survivors ride?
Yeah.
So we have the Saturday Night Survivors walk. And we've been walking at Craig Ranch at 6:30. It's an easy way to physical distance, because you really don't want a social distance. That's just something that kind of caught on and people say that, but you want to get on Zooms, you want to get on phone calls, FaceTime, whatever type of contact you can have without physically, you definitely want to do it. And that's what I think we need. When we get out and we do our walks, we don't walk fast. My husband says we walk at a Navy pace. You know how us Air Force people are, jokes for days.
Oh, whatever.
And we were cops, so we walk at a Navy pace, and you know, we don't stress anybody out. It's 2 miles around that loop at Craig Ranch, and next Saturday is our last week being there. We're going to start to travel because we have veterans in Henderson that want to walk. We've walked downtown. Just find something to do, even if it's just you and your girlfriends or you and your guy friends, and you guys get on a Zoom and watch a football game or watch whatever. I mean, we really need to stay connected right now. I'm seeing it have a horrible effect on children. And I never realized children were that social.
Oh, they are. They are.
Oh, extremely.
Oh my goodness. Distance learning right now. My daughter, she is really suffering.
Yeah, I heard.
She loves to be in school. And they got pulled out of school like a week before they went to Disneyland last year. And that was really tough.
Wow.
And then, you know, she's a cello player, and it's hard for musicians to play in isolation, even with Zoom. And it's a little difficult. And she's been having, you know, I've been checking in with her more often and asking her, hey, do you feel suicidal? Because a lot of kids, especially in Las Vegas area, have committed suicide because their means of socialization have been taken away from them.
Right.
do you guys have any programs for kids?
We have kid bikes. Yeah, you can get
That's
out
kid
and
bike.
ride with your kids. You can walk with your kids. We have families. Matter of fact, those are the people who walk the most, or they bring their kids out. We have one guy that comes out. He just retired, a chief. He brought his kids out, and his wife was at home with an 8-month-old. So that gave her a break where she's just worried about the baby, and him and the kids get to get out. They came out, they walked, took about an hour, and then they went to get something to eat. I mean, whatever you can do. And then I would suggest doing the same thing you do. You know, with Richard Egan, he does the suicide prevention here in Las Vegas. Don't beat around the bush. Sometimes you just have to come right out and ask, you know, are you feeling suicidal? Are you feeling, there's safe talks that you can still take, where you can talk to it, but you have to talk to your kids, and you have to talk to adults. You know, we just assume that people are going to put their head down and get through it because that's what we normally do. But you got to have a buddy check. You got to check on your
Oh my
buddies, and you got
gosh.
to make sure that people are doing okay. So I don't shy away from talking about anything, especially finding out the way I did, you know, that my husband had those issues. When he came out, first off, he was talking to the psychologist, and she was like, she asked him a question, and he kind of put his head down, and he was like, would you like her to leave? And I'm thinking, is she calling me her? And he was like, yes. And that's when I realized, what could he possibly have to say that he doesn't want me to hear? And when they came out, she gave me a lock for every single gun that we had at home. And it just dawned on me. I was like, oh my God, I had no idea. Like, I knew it was struggling, but you know, who doesn't sometimes in that predicament? You know, he got medically separated, you know, at 23. No, he should have been medically retired. And, you know, he just won that after 18 years, the first in the nation to actually win that. And open the door for other veterans. So it was hard for us, but once again, he kicked the door in and opened the floodgates for other veterans. But yeah, I mean, you got to talk about whatever it is, no matter how hard it is.
No matter how hard. It's just so, you know, and it's just so hard. Just, we can't reach out. I'm a hugger, and
Me too.
not to be able to hug people is really tough for me. And
Yeah.
I didn't think that it's like so much a part of me, but it really is. And now I just
Mhm.
can't.
Mhm.
And we just have to adapt and overcome. But it just by talking about it makes it easier for most people.
It
So
does.
what's going on with you? Like, what are you doing? What's going on right now? Besides I know you're all over the place. So
Yeah,
what
we're all over the place. We're still riding. We're still getting out there. Luckily for us, our bikes, all you have to do is wipe them down. It's easy to socially distance. They're basically COVID resistant, our bikes. So when we get them fixed, we're always out and about. We are looking to take this national. My passion is Las Vegas. You know, we were twice the national average in suicide rates. And I just really want to do something more for our veterans. I think a healing and wellness facility is needed. There's many alternative therapies to healing that a psych pill and a pain pill can't help.
Get it?
You know,
Yeah.
sometimes even if you're taking medication, you still need an alternative therapy. And I just want veterans to have access to that and then choose what works for them. They might want to do sensory deprivation. They might want to do acupuncture. There's a lot of things they haven't heard about, you know, trauma yoga. There's just a lot of things out there, you know, and a lot of things that are, you know, medication wise that can help. CBD, cannabis. I'm a crusader for all of that.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna ask that question later, but talk to me about a buddy check. A lot of people are unclear about what is a buddy check. Now, I consider a buddy check saying, "Hey, Terry, are you okay?" And if you tell me no, then I'm gonna try to get you help to that's my buddy check. What's your buddy check?
So we've learned over the years, when we initially started, we were trying to find people in crisis because that's where we found ourselves, right? So we had to pull people out of crisis. And then we realized, my ego is not that big to think that I can talk somebody out of something, right? And when you're dealing with a veteran, we pretty much suffer in silence. And when we're ready to make a decision, we make it, right? You're not talking that person out.
It's a final decision, yeah.
Right. So I think buddy checks is being proactive, creating the opportunity to be surrounded by people, to check in on them for no reason at all, not checking in to say, hey, are you suicidal? Just checking in to see how you're doing. We have a 74-year-old veteran that I cook for, all the time. And I don't ask him, do you want some food or do you whatever? I just take it upon myself to do it because I know he's by himself. You can do a lot for veterans who are stuck in their house. You can walk their dog for them. There's so many things that our civilian counterparts can do for us and then that we can do for our buddies as well. We still try and get out to events whenever we can. We know that's not optimal for other people, but we still just try and stay engaged. However you need to stay engaged and plugged in. And
positively stay
yeah,
engaged, positively stay engaged.
yeah, and just check in on people for no other reason than to really know, how they're doing. You don't have to talk about heavy stuff every single time. You can share a laugh. You can call them and talk about whatever, but staying engaged and being proactive, I think, is the best way, because it's impossible to reach somebody. I mean, it's possible, but it's hard to reach somebody who's at that breaking point because you just never checked in on them, and then you start to feel guilt. And that's what I want people to know most. Don't rack your brain. There's nothing that you can do when somebody has made up their mind, and you'll what if yourself to death and you'll feel guilty, and just do the best that you can do and make sure you stay healthy. That's one of the best things you can do too. You can help a lot of other people by making sure that you stay mentally and physically healthy.
Yeah. Of managing your health, your illnesses. So like I manage my PTSD, I manage my depression. It has to be managed in order to, do what I need to do on a regular basis. What would you say to somebody who's having a problem just like getting their head around and managing what they're denying? Because some people say, oh, it's not me, I don't have those problems, but then you really have to buckle down and get into, hey, how am I going to manage this so I have the best life possible?
Mhm.
What do you do?
It depends on the person. I do the healing assessments for veterans. Sometimes there's a lack of certain supplements. Vitamin D deficiency and magnesium can actually immolate depression. And if you just have a little bit of vitamin D and a boost of that magnesium, it stabilizes that mood. So then you can kind of face what you're going. But most people don't think that. They just think, if they go see a psychiatrist, normally they'll give them a antidepressant or a mood stabilizer, and that's not always the answer. So it just really depends on what your challenge is facing it. Me personally, I journal. It seems like once I get whatever's in my head out on paper, then it's easier for me to start attacking it with small bites. But if you just kind of keep it in your head, you can't really get it out. And then physical activity. That's why we love the trikes so much. The trikes are just a way of kicking the door in, but there's so much more to Forgotten Not Gone. For 3 years, I thought we were just riding bikes until people were like, "Oh my God, I wouldn't have got through this year if it hadn't been for you guys." Or single moms meeting each other, and the next thing I know, I see them on Facebook and they're best friends. They have a support group, a community where they love and care on each other because they met at a Forgotten Not Gone event. So it just depends on what you have going on and what your specific needs are. But I would encourage people to find out what that is. And physical activity, it's the juices flowing, because those serotonin, man, if we could bottle that, we'd all be rich. Just put that in a bottle and shake some pills around.
So you said that you deal with people with all kind of physical disability levels. What would you say to someone who is dealing with that and they feel self-conscious, or they just don't feel like getting out of the house, and just not being able to do what you used to do? It's a blow to your ego.
Oh, absolutely, especially for veterans, because we are super physical, most of us.
Yeah.
We do individual rides. It doesn't have to be a group of people. That's been a way we've been able to ease some people into it. We've had a guy who couldn't use his legs. One of our bikes, all you have to do is press the button and you're out rolling again, so you get a chance to keep up. We not only want to take every excuse away, we want to make it enjoyable so that you want to try and do it again. So it doesn't have to be a whole group of people. Peter and I will just go out one-on-one. If it's a young lady who, for whatever reason, doesn't want to go out with anybody else, she and I will go out, or Peter will go out with you. But no, you don't have to ride with a group of people. So we like the one-on-one connections, actually a little bit more than the group, because it gives you an opportunity to create that trust. And once you have trust with a veteran, you can go a long way. But we're generally untrust. We don't trust people that easily. So
No, we don't.
yeah,
We try. I try to trust.
me
I'm
too.
trying. I'm trying. But it's difficult. It can be difficult. So what is your 2021 gonna look like, Kelley? What are you
Um,
planning? I mean, I know 2020 just I don't even want to talk. Well, 2020, bless its heart. We must have learned a lot of good lessons this year.
oh, I did. I
Yeah.
did. I don't think I feel the same way about 2020 as most people do.
Mhm.
Um, I've learned that out of the worst situations come the best lessons. If that makes sense, the harder it is, the better you come out on the other side. It sucks while you're in it, but it's good when it's over. And then you can kind of
It
look back
sounds
and reflect and like,
like
oh,
something else I know.
right, okay, that's what happened. Because in the middle of it, I was like, yeah, you got to take a minute and sit back and reflect. But next year, we're looking to get, when finally donated. We're looking to get the eyeballs of some big sponsors, and we're looking to do a race here in Vegas where we have the new
Hmm.
bullet bikes, and we have just teams of all the branches. So 4 bikes, 4 new bikes for all the teams, and racing and getting out there and competing, getting our juices flowing, getting up there. We're, what, 40 is the new 20,
Yeah.
50 is the new 30. Our lives are really just, beginning. And I see the next 10 years just really taking us in a national direction. We're trying to get out to
What?
Texas, Florida, and I got a sister and a brother-in-law that were both in the Air Force. Well, he's still in, and she was in the Air Force, and we're trying to get up to Virginia. Got a really good friend out there that we kind of started the organization with here, and he wouldn't even talk to me. Like in my own house, he couldn't bring himself to talk to me, just painfully, not shy, but just now that I look back on it, my husband said kind of intimidating. We were 10 years older than him, and I didn't even realize that.
Yeah.
I'm just a big old kid. And this person has changed so dramatically. He's finishing his master's degree,
What?
master's, and would
Wow.
not even speak to me in my own home. The trikes help him and his daughter bond, and he has 2 little girls, and they're the best of friends. They do everything together now: jiu-jitsu, gymnastics, farming, and it was
Farming.
them getting on the bikes and being able to interact finally, because there was no learning curve for kids because it's a 3-wheel bike. So no training wheels necessary, no real coaching. They just hop on, and that was their thing, riding bikes. And it opened up a gap between a 26-year-old and a 5-year-old girl who they didn't know how to speak to each other. You know what I mean? They didn't know how to, it became their love language, if you will. Yeah,
Yes.
that's when I knew nobody could ever pay me enough of what that feeling was. And I was
No.
like, I'm a sucker. I'm done. This is life. I'm a softie.
Yeah, you are. Well, no, not really. You're mean. I'm
You think
kidding.
I'm mean?
A little bit, yeah.
I'm not that tough. I'm
No,
not that
Kelley's
tough.
one. Kelly. No, I'm kidding. Kelley's one of the nicest people that you've ever wanted to meet. And I'm so proud of her. She started from the bottom, and now she's here with us, all hardcore. So um what are you planning to do for yourself? You do a lot of stuff for other people, but you don't do anything for yourself. I hear a lot of stuff for others. What are you doing for you?
You know what? I'm a nurturer by nature, and actually helping people is my go-to. Like, it is my thing. But I do make sure, I have been making sure that my mental health is okay. I have people that I talk to, because again, my dear friend Annie, and Prima will say, you can't give from a cup that's depleted. You know, you gotta fill it up so that you can be there for other people. It's that old adage saying, you know, if you're on a plane and the oxygen comes down, you need to put it on yourself first. And people think that's selfish. But if you try and put it on a child or somebody else and you pass out, who have you helped? No one. But if you put it on yourself, you can put it on several other people because you've helped yourself first. So I do take my mental health very seriously. And like you said, it's something that needs to always be managed. You just can't go, 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 go. That's disastrous. And I don't want to mess up somebody else's progress because I neglected my own, right? Walk the walk, talk the talk.
Talk the talk.
Yeah, I need to, when I don't want to get out the damn house, I get out the damn house. You know, if I'm telling other people to do it, I got to do it too. So.
My example, lead by. So oh my gosh, I'm out of questions right now. So let me ask you this. What would you say to all of us who served in operate the implementation force in Bosnia, and it started 25 years ago? What are you going to say to all of us about this day that probably started a lot of our lives to change in a way that I can't really describe right now? What would you say to us right now? Yeah.
That's a good question. Like talking to myself. I was in Red Horse at the time, and you know, Red Horse is the people that go in and build it up, and I had to stay behind because I had a medical condition, and actually wind up getting an accommodation medal for it. You just have to suck it up and put your head down. I try and get my veterans to remember what it was like to focus on a mission. And just make everything a little mission. It's so funny. My husband does that all the time. He refers to things as little missions, like, oh, that was an awesome mission today. You know, just we went to the supermarket. That was a mission.
It's a mission. It's a mission.
It's a mission for him. And sometimes it's a mission for me. That's one of my PTSD triggers, being around people. If you can imagine that, this is social butterfly. I have my days. And so I would say to all of us, look at what you were able to accomplish and then apply that to things that you think are so hard now and realize you've already come through the storm. All you got to do is just continue to weather it now. You know, we've overcome so much, and sometimes we just put so much on ourselves to make us think that, you know, oh man, or thinking back, well, I had a mission then and I did this and I did this. Your life is, if somebody had told me that I would have been running a nonprofit, my own company, and actually helping other veterans, if somebody had told me that in 2012, I would have laughed until I died. I would have laughed so hard.
Me too.
This was not my life. I thought my best years was when I was in the military, you know, winning awards and doing my thing. And when I got out, that part of my life was over, and I'd be talking about my glory days forever. Now, when people ask me about my military career, I'd rather talk about what I'm doing now and things that I want to do in the future. And, you know, we just need to focus on the greatness that we can do moving forward. And you can have a quality of life outside of the years that you had in the military. And that was one of the driving forces behind us doing Forgotten Not Gone. I wanted veterans to know that they could have a quality of life greater than they had when they were in. Because some of us, we just really think it's over. You know, some of our best work was in, you know, in the military, and it could be so much more.
Yeah. So I'm going to put Terry on right now. I'm going to unmute him. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask away. Do you have any questions for Kelley?
Hey, Kelley, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. How are you?
Okay,
yeah, I'm doing well. Hey,
introduce Terry first.
Well, I need to introduce you to Corporal Albright. He was in S1. We worked right across the way from each other for like 8.5 months. So yeah, so let me introduce you guys. Okay, now I won't interrupt. I'm good. I'll be quiet.
No, thanks. PFC Sykes, right? It's great. Kelley, first off, I commend you and your husband for doing what you're doing. That is amazing. And while you were talking, I'm sitting here trying to find, where can I get more information and maybe share this with some friends that we have, over on the West Coast as well. But I did find it, Forgotten Not Gone. So I did find that. Is it just a group that you have, or is there a public
No,
page?
there's a page as well.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
there's
did come
a
across
Forgotten
that.
Not Gone page, a website that's forgottennotgone.org.
Oh, okay.
And then a YouTube as well, same name, Forgotten
okay.
Not Gone. Mm-hmm.
All right, good.
Yep. And then
Yeah,
all the Instagram and Facebook, I'll make sure I post.
You have it all covered.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, good. I'll certainly share that far and wide. But again, I just commend you for what you're all doing. It for me on my side, I really never got involved with the veteran side of it once I left the military. But listening to you today just makes me want to go down to the local VFW and and enroll and begin to talk to people, because you're absolutely right. They do need it.
Yeah, I lived that life once.
Yeah.
Well, it took, you know what, Terry? It took us 10 years.
Yeah.
When we get out like most veterans. You don't even talk about being a veteran.
Yeah.
Right.
I worked with one of one of my closest friends and one of our closest F&G members. We worked at the IRS together. We were both in the Air Force for years and had no idea.
Never even knew.
Never
right?
even talked about it. When I started Forgotten Not Gone, and went through some trauma myself, we started talking when I came out the other side, because again, that was one of my hangups, really being intimate with people. I had a trust issue and stuff like that. And once I started talking to her, she's like my sister now. And we had no idea. We never said anything about being veterans. And that's just the thing. Sometimes you can tell, and sometimes you can't for whatever reason, because we just kind of go on with our lives. But it's very, very meaningful relationships. I would suggest, getting out in that community and
it just as you touched on, being, checking on a buddy, right? You hear it across, whatever medium they produce it out on the web, TV, wherever it is. But to hear it coming from you makes it real, right? Not that I didn't think it was real before, but I guess it just puts a personal perspective on it, as we say here and listen. And, me going forward, I'll try and be a better veteran and check in on those that I do know, right? Thank you.
Once you are, thank you. Thank you for even saying that. But once you are, you can do so much more for the community. Vita will tell you if you go to our website or our page, you see the shark mouth, the teeth, our branding, right? It's all over our cards, all over everywhere. So when I go places, I get honks and thumbs up at the light. But I went to Sprouts the other day, and this is what I'm most thankful for. So we're reaching people who, we're not only veterans, but suicide has touched their life in some form or whatever. So, and I can always tell who's going to try and talk to me, right? They get out their car and they're just lingering, waiting for me to get out my car. So I get out the car and the young lady says, "Oh my God, thank you so much for what you're doing. I really appreciate it." And I said, "Oh, you're welcome." And she said, "My dad committed suicide." And I was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, sweetie." And she said, he was in the Air Force, ironically. And she said, then he went on to be a cop. And I said, "Oh, was he a cop in Las Vegas?" She said, "No, Chicago." She said he retired from being a cop and then killed himself 1 month later. Right. So we're walking in, and you don't realize it because I say these things all the time. Right. So it's not rehearsed. It comes off natural, but I say it all the time, and you don't know who you're going to touch. So we're getting our baskets, and she goes to me. She said, "I lost all my friends. They stopped talking to me." And I turned to her and I said, "It wasn't you, sweetie. They didn't know what to say. They had no idea what to say to you." And it's like a light bulb went off in her head, and she was like, "Oh my God, thank you." So all these years, she's been thinking that it's something she did. She became a leper. She had no idea that they just didn't know what to say. They didn't know what to identify with her. And I could literally feel the weight lift off of her. She was like, "Oh,
yeah,
thank you." And I'm like, "Yeah, they just didn't know how to communicate, how to be there for you." And that can cause trauma. that could have been unavoided, that could have been avoided. You know what I mean? If we just learned how to communicate with people and talk with people, she could have had a nice, support group, core support group when it happened. And all this year, she's just been carrying that trauma.
Yeah. Just crazy. All right, Kelley, what do you want to tell us how to reach you, how to contact you, how to look at your website, everything else?
Yeah, you can go to the website. It's forgottennotgone.org, www. And then our pages are Forgotten Not Gone. We have a page, and then we have a group. You can ask for an invite to the group, or we can add you to the group. And then our YouTube is Forgotten Not Gone. Our Instagram is forgotten.not.gone. And then my husband's gonna kill me because he's like, you just, I don't know the Twitter, so give me 1 second. And I always ask him, and I say, oh, I'm gonna remember what the Twitter is. Oh, well, I'm gonna talk amongst yourselves. And I send him a text.
Oh yeah.
Talk amongst yourselves. Pick a topic.
Well, no, I'm just really glad we're doing this. Like I said, I was gonna cancel this. I really was. I'm like, I don't know who's coming, but I'm looking at everything else. I'm looking at the website and our Facebook Live, and I'm kind of glad we did it now.
Yeah, and you should let me know. I would have plastered it all over. That's one thing. If you have something that's veteran related, you can post it in the group, and you can post it on the page. I don't restrict anything when it's like political and all that stuff. I just go kindly remove it. But I don't like to restrict anybody or do approval and stuff like that, because we pretty much maintain our radio discipline, as we used to call it. So the Twitter is at FNG stigma free.
Stigma
free. Yep.
All right. Well, everybody, this is Kelley Guidry. We hope you're going to stay with us for the rest. Are you going to stay with us for the rest?
Are you asking?
Yeah, you should. Yeah, you should.
Yeah, I'm going to go and get.
Hi, Tim.
I know, Tim. I'm going to go and get something to drink. I'm glad that I didn't do the party up, the business up top, party down below, because you were like, you got to get up, and I'm glad at the last minute I was like, I better do the business down below too. So let me go grab my tea, and I'll be right back.
All right. So everybody, we're gonna take a break, but Tim Lane just joined us. He's with the Artist Stick Boxing, and he's one of my favorite people. He keeps me so motivated. I don't know what I would do without my Tim.
Thank you, Dr. Honey.
Yeah. So we're gonna, and this is my friend Terry. We served together in Bosnia.
Hey, Terry, nice to meet you.
Hey, Tim, nice to meet you.
So what we're going to do, we're going to take our first break. You guys can get up, do whatever you're going to do, drink, whatever. And then I'm going to come back at 10 o'clock and talk to Tim about his stick boxing. And guys, you should know that that is the best workout I ever had. It teaches you how to fight properly. So you guys, I don't know what we're going to do. I'm going to just chat you. Oh, see, you got that.
Watch out.
Watch out. So I'm going to take a break. You guys talk amongst yourself, and I'm going to put some Christmas music on, and I will be back at 10 o'clock, you guys. So be good.
My husband said the wrong links were in there. So if you can send me the link again.
The wrong link is in there? It's okay. It's live in the group that it's supposed to be in. So don't worry about it.
Okay, but I want people to go there. Can they go?
All right. I'll send it to you right now.
Okay.
Right now.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So Tim, what have you been up to?
Oh man, Doc Bunny, I've been working, trying to stay busy and stay positive. But my mama's coming to town, so I've been cleaning a bunch around the house. We're trying to make things, decorating and stuff. So my mom, she's Miss Holiday Spirit. So I'm stepping my game up now.
All right. So let me jump up and take care of my stuff. Kelley, you want to do me a favor and, host? co-host with me.
Okay, send me that
You
link.
want to co-host with me?
Sure.
I am. Hold on. I'm being blonde right now. I've been getting used to living with fibromyalgia. And I didn't know what
about that before?
I did. And it's just like, I've been trying to like really manage that because it's crazy.
We need to do a healing assessment.
I think I know. It's already live, Kelley. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, but yeah, so I've been dealing with that. I've been trying to like make adjustments to my schedule and whatnot. But like what you were saying before, just managing your healthcare, that's the best thing you could do. Here, let me give you the Facebook link. It's easier.
Yeah, send me that.
But you might not be able to see it because it's a private group.
Will people be able to get in or?
Okay, hold on. It's a private group. The reason why the link doesn't work is because the tickets. So if you're not in, I'm sorry. You could watch on the live stream. I love you guys so much.
Yeah, just send me that.
But the live stream's on, so it's only here on one place.
That's okay. When it's over, you're recording it. Just send me that and I'll repost it. That way they can watch it.
Oh yeah, I will. So I'm gonna get up and leave right now, and you guys, I'm gonna play some Christmas music, and I'm gonna come back at 10 o'clock. All right. So I'll be right back.
Okay.
Just dealing with technical difficulties, guys. Thank you so much. Apparently, if you're on Eventbrite and you can't get on, just try to get on I4 S4 K4 page, and that's where we're live streaming. But if you can't, don't worry about it. I'm gonna put this recording up so you guys get to see this all day long. Is that a belt back there? It is a belt back there. I know. I'm just so so here's Tim. Hi, Tim.
Hey, how you doing, Dog Bunny?
I'm good. So let me tell you all about Tim Lane and the artistic boxing and how that all started. So Tim is a very special person to me. And I met him probably in 2019. That's when I really started to deal with him. We were doing a Spartan race together. And I was like, what the hell did I sign myself up for? And Tim motivated me, and we got through that race together. And even though I thought I couldn't do things, and he stood by me and made sure I passed that through. So, he's one of those people who are so motivating, and he does it by waking up an extra hour earlier in the morning, and showing up an extra 15 minutes early. And those are the hallmarks of a good leader. and everybody just loves Tim. He's just so infectious with his motivation. And right now he's introducing he I'm so proud of this guy because he just won a pitch. And I'm not gonna tell you what it is. I'm gonna let him tell you what it is. So without further ado, I'll introduce Tim Lane. Tim, hey, how are you?
Hey, thank you, Doc Bunny. Hello, everyone. Yes, I'm so happy to be here.
Yeah. So tell me about what happened. I looked on Facebook and you won this pitch. Tell me about it.
Oh man, Doc Bunny, what happened was 2 weeks ago, I had this guy on my podcast, and his name is Antonio, and they call him the Pitch Freak. He has a book, he's an author. And on the podcast, he said, Tim, we've been trying to develop this show to get people's interest and to get business owners hope alive that they can learn how to communicate their business in such a way that investors would say, you know what, I want to get behind this person, not only the company, but I want to get behind this person. So he gave me the opportunity to be the only business that would have 5 professionals come on and teach me a format for 4 hours. So yeah, they would teach me a format, 45 minutes each person would go, and they would show me the ABC of how to correctly tell a pitch, talk about yourself and talk about your company. Because there's a word sequence, there's supposed to be 30 words into this pitch to talk about you and your company. So the hype and the all the feelings of my whole life, now I'm supposed to narrow it down into this 4-hour class. And at the end of the 4-hour class, I'm supposed to then talk about this product that I've been working on for so many years and tie it into my life. And what ended up happening, guys, Doc Bunny, I got to learn, and you know me.
I know you.
And what I got to learn was what is inside my heart. I was able to uncover the coal and all the dirt that had been around the diamond inside my heart. And since I met MVP, I've been peeling back the layers and peeling back the layers. But they were able to dust off this diamond and allow me to realize what started this whole thing and where I came from. So this $1 million pitch, I've been thinking about money for so long that night I succeeded. They saw my heart and they said, Tim, we offer you $1 million. But guys, I won something more than that. I won something more than that, Doc Bunny. It's not about money. I got to see my life. I got to dig into my childhood. I got to find the exact moment, Doc Bunny, that started everything in my mind, that made my mind go crazy. I never know why I feel crazy sometimes. Well, most of the time. But I found out the one moment I was able to look at it from a realistic point of view and not making judgment and saying, okay, you know what? I understand how that would happen. And I understand how that changed your life. I was 4 years old. It's not my fault. It's not nobody's fault. It just is what it is. And I thought I was going to win $1 million and I was so excited. But Saturday night when I went to bed, I was able to see this exact day that happened in my life, Doc Bunny. And I was able to wake up and I did shed some tears because I could feel it. But it was more tears of joy as I sat there and looked at my wife laying next to me. And I said, you know what? My life is different now. I found me. My life is different. So these things right here, this martial art training device, it's a piece of it. But this right here uncovered my heart. MVP, merging vets and players.
Yes. And I'm a member. Yeah. And
Yes.
that is where I learned about your sticks. And I was like, wow, when we would do your classes, it's really amazing that they help you with proper form. I really love the fact that does that. Can you tell us more about your sticks?
Yes. Well, guys, Doc Bunny just pretty much said it. I developed these sticks because one day, as I'm training my fighters punch the sticks, right? So if I'm holding it and my boxer's punching, they can punch and they can slip and they can move. This all started off with a swimming noodle. Many years ago, and I was in Taekwondo when I was a child, we would kick swimming noodles. And then later in life, as a teenager, in boxing, we would punch the noodles. So one day, a guy came up to me in a wheelchair and said, "Hey man, I want to learn how to box." And I'm like, "Man, I've tried this before. It doesn't work with people in a wheelchair because they put the gloves on, it just doesn't feel right." But I said, "Hey man, take these sticks. Let me try this out." And while he's in his wheelchair, I said, "Put the sticks up by your face." And I noticed that when he did this, he was in a perfect fighting position. And because he can't reach my hands, I had him use the stick as an extension of his arm. So while he was sitting down, he was able to work proper boxing muscle memory and hit my hands. But the biggest thing is, we stopped after about 2 minutes and he got emotional. I said, "Hey man, what's wrong?" He said, "Man, I haven't felt this good since my leg was blown off in Afghanistan." Doc Bunny, you can't see through here, but my skin stood up. My whole body lit up. I got goosebumps. I was told right there, from whatever you want to call it, I know my next mission. My next mission is to help people who can't put the gloves on, who don't want to put the gloves on, but they still want to have connection and they still want to feel good. So that day, Doc Bunny, that was the day that these sticks transformed from training a boxer to helping people throw strikes to feel good. If they've had injuries or they can't stand up, they can still feel good with the sticks.
Yeah. And excuse me, I was getting a little emotional there because I felt the energy too. But the thing is that I noticed that you have a program for people with physical disabilities, which is why I like your product so much. And even if you have a physical disability, you can find a way. It might not be the way that you're used to it, but you can find a way to get your workout on and just feel a part and be connected. Um, when you were dealing with physical disabilities, which is how you started this product, I mean, how has it evolved to help more people like in wheelchairs? Because I saw your video where you have a guy in a wheelchair just, doing the stick. So what's that about?
Well, Doc Bunny, right now I've been working with individuals that have been in wheelchairs that I know, but what I've worked on more so is a program called Rocksteady Boxing, and that's where they deal with Parkinson's. These are my Parkinson's warriors, and there's over 1,200 worldwide locations of Rocksteady Boxing. And when I heard about this program, I was trying to find where I could fit this in and help the most, because I retired from the professional fight world altogether. No competitive fighters at all. So when I go to this program, one day I'm sitting in the program. The sticks are not a part of the program yet. But this woman named Dorothy Walker, we're all sitting in a circle. We're all sitting in chairs. That's how we start the Rocksteady Boxing. So we got 30 people there. And this woman, Dorothy Walker, we're all talking about our daily routine. What helps us in our life with our daily routine? And Dorothy says, what helps me in my daily routine is when I'm shaken and I can't eat my food because my food's falling off. And everybody there relates with her. I don't relate because I don't have Parkinson's, but everybody there is shaking their head. One of the guys goes, "You put it down and you scoop it up with your hand, you eat it." I'm like, "Yeah, that's what I would do." Everybody laughed a little bit. And she goes, "No, you'll never realize how I would eat my food." Do you guys have any idea? Do you guys have any
No,
idea how she might eat?
no.
It's going to blow your mind. This blew my mind. She said, "If I can't eat with a spoon or fork because I'm shaking so much, I get chopsticks." When she gets chopsticks, oh my God, Doc Bunny, yeah, it blew my mind.
Oh my gosh.
So
Oh
she's
my-
shaking, but then it takes her about 1 minute, and then she sends her thoughts to her motor skills, and her shaking stops. And I said, "Oh my God, oh my God." I said, "Wait a second. The sticks we go like this. It's called a grip smack. The grip smack is the art of how the sticks sound when they hit. So when I started trying this out at Rocksteady Boxing, the first day that it happened, oh my God, yes, Doc Bunny. The first day that it happened, everybody grabs their sticks, they're like this. And not less than 2 minutes into it, there's not a stick shaking in the house. And I thought to myself, oh my God.
Oh my
yes,
God. Oh my God.
yes, we found it. And man, this has been I followed my goosebumps. I have followed my goosebumps, and they have led me to a path that makes me smile, that makes me want to wear my Christmas hat. You know, like Doc Bunny, you know what I'm saying? It keeps my spirit alive. They have helped keep my spirit alive long enough for this past Saturday to go down that gave me enough fuel to keep this rocket going. And I'm Doc Bunny, you think my positivity was up before? Girl, we just getting started.
Woo!
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. I'm just really impressed with just, so tell me about your work with kids. I know you work with kids all over the place. So tell me about your work with them and how they relate to the sticks. And do you deal with people with ADHD or, you know, those kinds of disabilities?
Yes, I do, Doc Bunny. I have right now. I have several children that I train privately. I also have, remember Jerome, right? Jerome Sapp. Oh, Jerome Sapp is from MVP. He started way back at the beginning, Doc Bunny. And
Oh,
since
okay.
he's had his two boys, he has two young boys that play baseball, and he's been a coach of a team. So I've been helping Jerome. It's called Team MVP. It's a team from us. And this team has been such a blessing in my life because what ended up happening, they kind of like the Bad News Bears because there's a travel baseball team that they have in several states that goes year round. And the kids that are on Team MVP weren't being played on the other teams for one reason or another. I don't want to put them in no category, but they wasn't getting enough play time. So they all left and they all formed this Team MVP. Now, what's special about this, Kelley and Terry, you guys, if you don't have experience with MVP, the power of positivity and leadership and motivation has shined through this youth baseball team so much that they only 8 months in and they've been playing against teams that are 2 years or more old, right? They've been together 2 years. Right now, Team MVP is a 4-time state champion and they only been together 8 months. They've won 4 state titles in the last 4 months. So they're the premier team to beat. They got to travel to Arizona quite a bit. Or I'm sorry, I think it's Utah where they're playing most of their games. But they're doing, they're doing great. So what's happening, Doc Bunny, is the children I'm working with, which is such a blessing for me. I'm able to. I don't really work with them on the baseball skills. I work with them on their connection skills. I work with them on their team spirit. I work with them on the stuff. Remember, to be the world's greatest. Normally, what separates the world's greatest from second place was that 1%. What was that? What was that one thing we did? Oh man, you know what? When somebody dropped the ball, instead of telling me, hey man, stupid, you're supposed to pick the ball up. All I got to say to him is, come on, baby, we got him. We'll get him next time. Let's go. Keep your chin up. Something positive. So the spirit of this team is raising goosebumps, and these kids are going to be unstoppable. So I've been able to see this confidence rise, Doc Bunny, and it's been such a blessing.
I'm so glad. It's let me talk to you about a post-COVID world. Well, it's not really post-COVID. We're still going through this and we're possibly might get locked down again. So how does your sticks deal with social distancing and can you do social distancing in that sport?
Yes, Doc Bunny, it's weird to say this, but my wife and I during quarantine, we were here a lot and we're trying to work on the business and get all the, get everything done specifically to hit how can we do things right now, especially with COVID. So I said, baby, do me a favor. I said, stand right there. I had never measured the distance between, two people. So I was like, stay right there. Let me put this sock right here. I'll put a sock where I'm at. Let me measure this. I measured it, Doc Bunny. And it's oddly to say, it's 6 feet and 3 inches
Shut up.
Girl 6'3". Come on, man.
Shut up.
Yeah. So what ends up happening is if we're doing the sticks, the person in front of me, they extend their arm out, I extend my arm out, and that's how we connect with the stick. So this has been, especially now, I've been wearing my mask and we've been able to do stick training at the gym, and it's completely safe. With a lot of the groups I'm working with, we're doing them outside now, and we have our mask on and we're doing them safe. So we have just about a little bit more than 6 feet distance, but we're still able to connect. And the key is, guys, I want everybody to remember this now. Stick boxing, I call it the art of connection. And I started off to make the best fighter. Then I saw MVP, and I noticed that if they don't have on boxing gloves, there's no ego. There's no, I'm not scared. You know, it's just, hey, we're just playing with sticks, man. But then I started studying into this, guys. And the heart is covered by the ego and a bunch of stuff that covers it up. When you uncover that, and there's no judgment, there's nothing else going on, something's able to happen with our heart. Our heart can be measured, that it beats 7 feet, okay? 7 feet, it can be measured. If we can get 2 people to stand in front of each other within 7 feet, their hearts connect. If you can do it for 2 minutes or more, something special happens with the body. The connection of 2 human beings through the beat of the heart happens in 2 minutes. And guys, I used to make fun of people in jiu-jitsu. Y'all ever seen a jiu-jitsu class? Okay. You ever notice how much they talk? I'm like, what the hell y'all talking about, man? Stop talking to do something, man. But what happens is when they're rolling around on the ground, their hearts connect. When they're done, they sit there and have a conversation about life, about this and that. And I never understood it, nor did I want to. I'm like, man, look, I punch people in the face and kick them in the body. They go to sleep and I walk off. I don't talk to nobody. But it's about connection. So the art of connection is not about fighting. It's about standing in front of each other and connecting hearts. You know what I'm saying, Doc Bunny? Come on, man.
I know what you're saying. I feel you. I understand what you're saying. So tell everybody about starting from the bottom, okay? Because people think that when you do stuff, it just pops up overnight and it just, you're just an overnight thing. How long have you been doing this before all of this happened?
Well, Doc Bunny, I took a swimming noodle and I taped it up to train my fighters probably 12 years ago, as a coach. But it wasn't until 6 years ago that I was training I was still in the competitive fight world, and my boxer that I moved out here with to Las Vegas, he had a fight against Manny Pacquiao. So huge fight, pay-per-view, I'm doing the product, I'm doing everything we do. Well, it ends up after that fight, my credibility in the fight world, he lost to Manny Pacquiao. It went the distance, but my credibility, I said something on TV live in the 9th round. And while I said my fighter was going to knock Manny Pacquiao out. And when I said that, Manny Pacquiao dropped him right when I said he's going to knock him out. So I got a lot of ridicule from the media, and my identity as a fight coach and I'm already retired from fighting, but I identified as a fight coach. So when the world and the media took that away from me, or in my mind, they took it away from me, it made me go back to, I'm like, hey, what am I going to do now? I stopped and I said, God, please direct me where I'm supposed to go. And that's when I came into MVP. And that's when it started to snowball to the man coming up to me in a wheelchair. And that's when I took the swimming noodle and got a fishing pole, stuck it up the middle, and then started saying, you know what? The wheelchair and the healing is where I want to go. So that was 6 years ago. So now I got a good process of how I'm going to do it. And I launched the company, and I'm going to go train people to do this. But my training method was not solid enough yet. So what basically happened is I went broke. 5 years ago, I went dead ass broke. And now I'm in MVP. I'm working hour for hour. This is 5 years ago. The summers out here are pretty hot, Doc Bunny. So
I know.
Yep.
Drink water. Drink a lot of water.
Yep. So it has been a struggle for 5 years. Then I put all my money into getting a patent. And then I put all my money into trademarking my logo. And then I put all the rest of my money into the website and the build up. And it's taken tens of thousands of dollars, many hours in the gym, many tears. I have shed more tears than I can even tell you guys, man. And once I got my platform up and once I got all the stuff running, I was ready. This is 3 years ago, still moving into it. I got the website up, everything is ready, sticks are being produced, and it's crickets. I hear nothing. I have made barely any sales. So I ended up just continuing to learn how to teach with MVP because I was still trying to figure out that magic piece of the puzzle. How can I get $8 million right now? I still want money. I want money, 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 money. But it wasn't until I finally went on a camping trip with Isaac Saldivar. Remember, Doc Bunny, you remember the camping trip, right?
Yes.
Well, on the camping trip, Isaac showed me the power of vulnerability. He told me some things that went on during the battle that he had never told nobody else. And when I heard that from him, I was able to tell him some things that allowed me to peel back the onion that I had never told nobody. And Doc Bunny, I know you heard this before, but Kelley and Terry, I was so down in my life that I didn't think anything was worth living for. So I took a knife and I stabbed myself and laid there to bleed out because I didn't think things were worth going on for. But now that I followed the goosebumps, it's led me to the path that I can be here right now and talk to you guys. And it's not too many tears coming out. It's taken many years now, Doc Bunny. You talking about, how the sticks came along, but for real, a stick is a stick. I've been peeling back the onion of my emotional trauma in my life to find out how I could smile more often. And I know you see me, Doc Bunny, since we've known each other. I love doing the Spartan race with you too. That gave me so much joy. But when I left,
okay, what happened during the Spartan race? I'm going to tell everybody what happened during the Spartan race. So the first probably half mile, you're in mud. Now, all of y'all in Bosnia, you know what it's like getting stuck in mud. And I had a full-blown flashback right in the mud, like literally. And Tim's like, it's okay. We're going to get through this. I got out the mud because I had to move my feet because I got stuck in there like Bosnia mud. And it's oh my gosh. And Tim got me out and we finished the rest of the race together. Yeah, it took me a while to get out of there, but we freaking finished. So that's what happened during the Spartan race. And that's why I'm so appreciative to Tim, because he really, I thought I was going to have to quit, and I don't like quitting anything. That I'm like, oh Lord, please don't make me do it. And Tim is there to talk me out of it. And I kept going. So I know Tim can, if he can motivate me, he can motivate anybody. So,
that was fun, Doc Bunny. I'm going to tell you what, I just had a flashback of that damn mud. I had mud in my ears, man, for like a week. I was trying to pick out, how is that possible?
Well, okay, so Terry will agree with me. He's going to concur on this one. When you fall in mud in Bosnia, I had it up to my eyeballs once. That's how much mud I was in. And I had to learn to not walk in the mud, because if I did, I would have mud everywhere. It's like literally a mud bath. No kidding. Terry, is that right? Right, Terry? That's right, right?
Yeah, no exaggeration whatsoever. That is the worst mud pit that I've ever seen, right?
Oh my God. It was so much mud. The first day I got in country, I didn't go when everybody else went. I was on medical hold, so I went in March, and everybody had fallen in mud and everybody's watching that. So like the first time I'm doing guard duty, I thought, hey, I could walk across this thing. I got stuck there and I couldn't get out and I fell in. And I had my my wet weather gear, and my wet weather boots were making it worse because I got stuck in there. So I was getting suctioned in. And I was like, like even my weapon got stuck in there, and it was like crazy. So and it took me like 2 weeks to get it out of everywhere. It was bad. So when I got stuck in the mud in the Spartan race, my mind went back to that moment. And I was like, oh my gosh, what am I doing here? And that's the mud story. So just letting y'all know, it's real. It's a real thing. So Tim, I heard that you met Billy Blanks once.
Oh my God, yes.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah.
I have his autograph here. I love Billy Blanks. So tell me about the time you met Billy Blanks.
Yeah. Okay. I'm so glad you asked that, Doc Bunny. So I've been watching Billy. Y'all know Billy, Kelley, Terry? Love him, right?
Guys, Tybo.
I love him. I still have the little red Tybos from like all his tapes. And I do Tybo walking. Like I am a Billy Blanks fanatic.
Oh man, I love him.
I love Billy Blanks. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah. Billy, if you listen to this, we love you, brother. You the man.
We love you. I hope you hear it.
We got to send it to you.
Huh? Oh, Tim, why don't you send us some? Anyway, go ahead. Tell me about the time you met Billy Blanks.
So he was doing a class, teach people how to do his new box fitness. It wasn't a Tybo, it was his new thing. I think it's called Box Fit, right? Yeah. So it's at this, I think the Venetian where they had the martial art conference. Yes. So I was able to be at the martial art conference. Maya conference, yeah. So I am beyond excited to see him and do his class. And you know what else, Doc Bunny, right? Y'all know what I'm gonna do, right? I'm gonna say, look, Billy, we got this thing. We can do this together, right? My dream is big. I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna meet Billy tonight. I'm gonna do the class. He's gonna see the sticks. He's gonna love it. Me and Billy gonna travel the world together. It's gonna be the next Tybo, you know? And man, I ended up taking his class and it was amazing. Mm-hmm. I thought I was gonna learn a whole lot more technique. But what I learned from Billy is when Billy taught the jab to the whole class, he put a story behind it. He put feeling behind it. Even though it was just a jab, it was the best jab I ever learned. I've known a jab for however many years now, but learning from him, he just knows how to talk. He knows how to connect. And it was an amazing class. I learned a few things that I could do in my own class. But what I really learned from Billy is, and I hate to say this, but I learned from the mistakes he made in the business, what he did with Tybo, because he's still traveling with this new business with Tybo. I don't know if y'all know this, but he had a lot of celebrities that came to his house way back in the day that he put on the videos, celebrity, because they was his friends. You know, they were training in the garage together. And as this thing came up, don't you know that all them celebrities that you seen in there, they sued his ass. They got him. So business-wise, I love Billy, but I know that there's some things he created Tybo, but somebody else made the money from Tybo. And what I learned is, you know what I'm saying, Doc Bunny? So he's doing his thing now. That's what I'm saying. People don't even know that. I love Billy. And that dude is, man, you know what I'm saying?
That makes me hurt.
Man, hurt.
That makes me
What
hurt.
did they sue him for? Using their likeness?
No, Kelley, from what I understand, I heard this from a person who was in the garage with him, one of my friends, who said that when he made money, they sued him for the money because there was no contract for him to use them in the video.
Their likeness, yeah. Wow.
Yep.
Always use the contract.
And man, they needed more money, I'm sure.
Yep, man, you know what I'm saying, Kelley? So here's what I learned from Billy. Number one is he's a great man. He's greater than I even thought he was at connection and teaching. But what I also learned was his heart is so big and he is such a great man that he bypassed some of the legal situations that he could have been financially better off because he thought everybody had the same heart as him. And that's not true. Yeah. Billy got a different heart. That's why I love him so much. And I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but if there's ever any way possible for me to get Mr. Billy Blanks tied into this, you know, this would be a beautiful thing. And there's honestly, guys, you know, swimming noodles, if you think about this, swimming noodles are in every martial art gym in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, but they're in most weightlifting gyms as well, over in the abdominal section or the
Mm-hmm.
physical fitness section or physical therapy section. All physical therapy places around the world, all of them, 100% of them, use swimming noodles for something or another. All the different, remember that, guys. So we talking about all different type of markets. There's enough for the martial art. This is a martial art made by a swimming noodle. There's enough of this for Billy Blanks too, because he's such a great instructor and he loves to travel. Somehow I wish we could tie that together. So Billy, if you're listening, I love you, brother. Any way we can get this thing going together, we're gonna do it.
You know what? I hope we can, because if we can, make sure, don't forget the little people. I want to be there too. I want to go.
Come on, Doc Bunny. Come
I
on
want to
now.
go. I
You're
want
the
to go.
glue. You're the glue.
So Terry, I'm gonna open it up to you. Do you have any questions for Tim? Because this is like a good info. This is good info. Isn't he just infectious? I just love him. But
Yeah, very infectious, right? It makes me want to move out to Las Vegas and come join your gym, Tim.
Hey, Terry, where you at?
Excuse me, I'm in North Carolina.
Okay, my dad was
Yeah.
I was in Fayetteville for a couple of years.
Oh, okay, yep. Bragg was my last duty station
Yeah,
down
that's
there.
my
So
dad
I
was.
live about 30 minutes from Bragg. So
ah,
yeah.
Right.
you never
Yeah,
get
and
it.
I guess that basically, Tim, I guess my only question would be, how do people reach out to you, right?
Yes, Terry, all my information, what I've done is I've taken my 40 years of martial arts experience and I put it into an easy to follow on-demand training platform where there's an ABC 1, 2, 3 on how to do the stick boxing. And right now I have a 30-day free trial, and you can check out all that information on my website at timlanefitness.com.
Hey Tim, since we're asking, do you think I could maybe get a product code for people who are listening, so we could get a discount code, maybe?
You know what, Doc Bunny? I will make that happen. I'm gonna write that down right now. I will make that happen. Yes, and I have a wonderful team that can take care of these things. Now that I don't have, now that I got some help after this past weekend, these are things that I can do, Doc Bunny. That's great.
Can you make it OJE25? That's the product code. That's why I want it named. I named the product code. Yay!
I got you. Yes, we can do that, Doc Bunny. OJE25. Yeah.
Yes.
Boom. That's what we're gonna make the code.
All right. And so, what other questions did Kelley? I know you got something for Tim.
I do. I was taking mental notes. I was wondering how we were friends, because we've been friends for a long time, and it's because we know so many of the same people. So I know Isaac, I know Noel. They're some of our community partners. We have a lot of the same members. As you see, Vita, F&G, they go to MVP as well. And I thought about when you said about when you attempted to hurt yourself, right? We did a town hall, a suicide town hall, and we were one of the speakers, one of the panel guests. And I remember one of the veterans, the guy from Veteran Treatment Court, Vita, the older guy, white hair. I can't remember his name. Anyway, when he was talking, he got up and he started talking. I mean, you learn so much from so many different people. And he was saying that when he was at his lowest, it was after he retired. Yes. I didn't understand that men kind of identify with what their job is.
Yes.
Women tend to have children and, their ties with the community and stuff, but men define themselves by what they do. That's how they interpret who they are, right? So when you lose that, it's
hard. It's a massive adjustment.
Yeah. And so like Tim was saying, when that happened to him, his whole world had been him, being a fighter, then being fitness. And for someone to attack his character like that, now it's just like, well, who am I if not this fighter, right? If not this fitness coach. And upon thinking about that, I also noted it was probably one of the worst things that happened to you. And what I was saying early, the best things came out of it, right? At your end, where you just feel like there's no more going on, if you just rely on a higher power, the direction that you're gonna go needs that trauma to happen, if that makes sense, right? That changed your life. And you started to tap into your heart, what really meant things. That you were just going and going and going because that's what you knew to do. You were a fighter, so now you're going to train fighters. And that really wasn't your heart. When you were discussing a connection with people, and that's the whole thing, whether it's bikes, whether it's, yoga or the stick boxing, whatever it is, it always goes back to that connection. And mental and physical connection is so powerful, so strong. It's not even, you can't even really explain it. I just see him when he discusses it. I get it because that's what we do. It's the exact same thing. It's something about that connection that people have when they come into a space with each other and they're doing something physical. Probably the endorphins. I'm not completely sure because I'm not a medical doctor, right? But when Tim was saying it, it uncovered his heart, and that's what it was. And then to have somebody trust you enough to share something so raw with you, like Isaac did with him, I mean, you're destined for greatness. Because once you tap into what's really in your heart, that's what we did. We didn't do a business plan. Everybody that came and told us, they were like, oh, you guys were, spot on. I bet your business plan is this and this. Everything we did from passion, and we did it all wrong. We did it all wrong, and it still turned out right. Because we were just led to help other people. I didn't want people to suffer for 10 years like a fish out of water like we did. It was unnecessary. I wanted people to learn from my mistakes that they didn't have to go through, marital mistakes, business mistakes, all that. And it comes with being in touch with what you did wrong and being able to be transparent. And I see that in you, Tim. I said, you did a post the other day that I don't even know how I caught it because I didn't even know you were going to be on this show. I saw the $1 million pitch that you had won. And I thought to myself, I'd like to know more about what that was. So when you came on, I was like, manifested that. And then you were talking about, what you actually learned from that, which was this heart connection. And sometimes it's a single event that is the trajectory for our life. And we don't even realize that's what it is. And when that opens up, it's phenomenal.
It is amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kelley.
I'm a small business owner. I opened my own business like a couple of years ago. That's why I've been Kelley. And it's tough when you put like all your money in your business and like you're spending money, you're not getting any returns, and you better be doing it because you love it. And it's just post-COVID though, I found that I had to reinvent the wheel just a little bit. Has anybody felt that they've had to do that with their professions or their careers in that time?
Oh yeah, big time for me.
I mean, I think so in a little bit, but not, I don't know. I'm just not too much. I don't conform to, I just kind of let it take me where it takes me, if that makes sense.
Yeah. What about
I feel you on that, Kelley. And something I've done last year, I didn't stick with it like I should with the class, but I heard this dude talking, and it was on Instagram, and he said his name is Grant Cardone. He's a business guy. And he's like, I got dyslexia, you got dyslexia, I got ADHD, and I got a jet. You can do your business. You can learn your business. ABC 1, 2, 3. I was like, damn, I'm dyslexic. And I wouldn't wear glasses. And when I don't wear glasses, I get a headache. Well, I finally listened to my wife, and I got myself some glasses, and I signed up to Grant Cardone's business platform where I could watch these videos, ABC 1, 2, 3, on all these areas that I was missing in business. And there's like 2,000 videos on here. And Kelley, my whole time I've been going my business, I haven't really learned from me. I learned from experience. I learned from failure. I try this, it don't work. I try this, it does work. Hey, I got this, I don't got that. Well, with this guy's platform, it made me feel like, oh my God, there's so much other stuff out there that I don't even know. You know what? There's no way I could learn all this stuff. There's no, come on, man. But then what I did, I said, wait a second. I didn't have nothing before. And I was trying to build the business, and it's taken so many years. What if I learned a little bit and I just learn it? Don't think about it too much. Just learn it and let my heart do the rest. Maybe I'll fall into the right place, but I still got to study. So I've been studying enough, and I stopped trying to figure out. I said, look, I'll let my mind do this, and then I'll let my heart take over. If it doesn't want it, it doesn't want it. And that's helped steer me into this way. And I still don't know everything about business, but what I do have is a strong understanding of the power and the law of attraction. Yeah. Thinking about these things, I thought to myself, look, I can't do it by myself. I need a team. And I'm willing to split the company with a team that is able to take me to places I can't go by myself. And I don't know how I'm gonna get there, Kelley, but I damn sure enough got my seatbelt on, and I'm enjoying the ride.
That's what you hit it right there, Tim. You will. You just gotta. And it sounds strange to people until you get it. You know, I watched the Secret long ago when I was, doing finances and stuff like that. But I'm an extreme empath, so I feel people all the time, and I've always been tapped into that side of my feelings because that's where I come from. My mother is very empathic, and so I can always feel people. And instead of shying away from that, I always felt it. But you're right, with COVID, what Doc Bunny was saying, that's what me and my husband have been doing. We learned so much behind the scenes. It's like, dude, if I just knew what this Facebook ad could do, if I just knew what this did, like we did so much housekeeping, cleaning up a few words on our website. All of a sudden we got Google traffic. I got people calling me, oh, you popped up when I put in veteran suicide, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's just so much. But even though you have to learn that stuff, you really don't have to learn that stuff, if that makes sense, right? You got to learn it, get it in your head, but then let your heart take over, let manifest it, pull the, brains on tap, we call it. I don't know all this stuff, but I got somebody I can call that does know it and figure it out, and I'll pay them to do it. Or I'll ask them.
I need help with that.
Yeah, I mean, that's just something like what you said, you just got to learn. But I know we just did things opposite, right, Tim? Because there's some people who started out and they're successful because they have a business plan, they had everything in there, but they don't have that connection. And sometimes the hardest part is the connection. We found the connection first. The business stuff is easy. You know what I'm saying? Because you just got to do a little cleanup. If you don't have that connection, if people can't identify with you and they can't feel you and feel that you're genuine, people always ask me and my husband when we speak, they're like, you guys don't sound rehearsed at all. You just literally, we do everything on the fly. We never rehearse anything. And I know you should have an elevator pitch, and I know you should have this, and it just comes out right because it's genuine and it's from our heart. So I only rehearse a few things. Like, you're gonna know my name, right? You're gonna know, I was in the Air Force and how this came to be. But other than that, I'm gonna feel you. I'm gonna tell you what you need to hear. And everybody don't need to hear the same thing. That's that connection that you just can't. I rode with a guy. To put it in perspective, I'm very transparent about my past, right? I've been sober for 9 years from alcohol and pain pills that the VA had given me. And I'm very transparent, especially when I first got sober. If I was running for city council or something like that, nobody could dig up anything on me. They're like, did you know she was an alcohol? Yeah, she tells everybody. She won't shut up about it. We know. I'm so transparent. So when people come ride with us, that's one of the things I do. I kind of fill them out and I just give them my story. I don't force people to, I meet them where they're at. I don't force people to tell me what's going on or have you ever thought about this or whatever. I give them my story. Whatever they want to do with it, they do with it. But I let them know what you see right now wasn't always who this person was. So don't think you can't get to where I am if you think it's something. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It has helped so many people. But I rode with this guy for 2 years. I swear, I told him every nook and cranny. And then 2 years, we're out on a ride, and he's like, "Yeah, and that happened to me when I was, addicted to pain pills." And I'm just like, I told you that story 2 years ago, and you never uttered a word. Like, he never said he identified. He never said anything, but he said me sharing that with him helped him understand more about who he was. And sometimes you just gotta let it all hang out. You gotta be willing to be there for other people and just put it all on the table. And that's the thing. It took him 2 years to trust me, but we rode. We never talked about it. We never said anything. And it's still the fact that I was open and honest with him allowed him one day just to let it all hang out, and that's a connection. That's something you can't teach. It's just what it is.
That's beautiful, Kelley. And I can see that from you. I can feel that from you. Thank you.
Thank you. I was like so moved. I'm like, I'm getting me some of them sticks.
Yeah,
Hey.
I'll talk to Doc Bunny. We're going to get this going. We're going to get going.
Absolutely. I want you, and Tim, I just want everybody to know I am so proud of you. I just see you doing great things. And when you have your class, I want to do it one day. So like, I want to be, be like Shelly on Tybo. So I want to do that.
Yeah.
So you guys, this is our break from Tim Lane. Thank you so much, Tim. Tim, I'll get all his contact information. I'll put it in the link below. Okay, it is 45 after the hour. We're going to start back at 11 o'clock, and we're going to have George Chanos, the author of Millennial Samurai. He's the reason why I'm learning guitar, just so you know. Guitar. You have no idea. So I've like so you know what, I'll talk through it. It's okay. So
I'll stick around for that. I'll stick around.
If you guys want to take a break, but Timmy would love you to stay if you're going to stay. If not, your mom's coming, we get it. But let me tell you the story about how I came to play guitar. Okay, so Tim, were you here with that group when we did that podcast for Toastmasters for Millennial Samurai?
I was not.
Okay, so what happened is that Jess had the book, and he has like, hey, I'll follow you if you order this book. So we're like, hell, let's see if you keep your word, right? So we friended him on Facebook, and he has his book, but it's really easy to read because it's like you could pick it up and say, oh, I need to know something for the day. Here it is. This is what I'm learning. So I'm like, oh gosh, I have to learn an instrument because that's the page I landed on. And I'm like, shit, what instrument should I learn? Because I don't want to play. But the guitar has been petrifying me my entire life. I can't do two things at once. I'm not one of those people who walk and chew gum at the same time. And strumming and doing the chords are like, it takes a little bit. So that's why I'm learning guitar because of Millennial Samurai. And it's such a great book. And I can't wait for you guys to talk to him. He's coming up. So if you guys need a break or whatever, get a drink, stay cool, and I will see you in a little bit.
Absolutely. So, Tim, if you're going to leave, I would love to hook up with you. So I'm going to DM you through Facebook.
Okay. You know what? Kelley, just take down my number. It's better if you text me.
All right. What is
and Terry, if you want to write this down too.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know what?
You're on live stream.
I'll DM you.
Yes.
Grab it off of Facebook.
You're on live stream.
Yes. Hey, guys, Doc Bunny, Kelley, Terry, and everybody else out there watching. Thank you guys so much for having me on. I truly appreciate you.
Yeah. A true pleasure to meet you, Tim.
Yes, you too, Terry. We keeping hope alive out there, guys.
Oh, Keep hope alive. You know what, Tim? Oh my gosh. I'm like, I see you on Facebook and I'm like so proud of you. I'm like, oh my gosh, look at Timmy. He's doing such great stuff. And I'm like, Michelle must be so proud of you. How is she doing?
She's doing great, Doc Bunny. She does hair, so she's been busy at the hair salon, but she is, I mean, it's just great. She's been so patient with me, and I'm so blessed to have her in my life. And she's very proud, and she, she's been by my side. She is my, she's my a true warrior with me.
Behind every good man, right?
Yeah, it is, Kelley. It is what it is.
And
Behind every good man.
Behind every good woman, there's a man. Behind every good man, there's a woman.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yes.
So,
thank you guys so much for having me on here. This has been amazing.
Oh, thank you. And just to do this for all of us who are NATO peacekeepers, it's just I don't want to say that we fought a different war than people in Afghanistan and people in Iraq. It's different. Peacekeeping is it's just a different type of it's not fighting, but it's just a different type of, you have to have a different mindset for it, and it doesn't always translate as to what you did. And just to have this type of event today with all of you guys, hey, it's saying, hey guys, look at the shit we did, and we're still here, and we did it. And there's so many people who don't come back, and we have to do stuff for them because that's what they would want us to do. So that's why this is going on today. And I'm just really glad, I'm really happy that I've got all of you guys here. And there's some people coming, like, just this whole setup is really cool. I get distracted when I'm looking at Facebook at the same time as the live stream. So it's like, oh my gosh. But yeah, I'm going to take a break now. I'm going to put some Christmas music on, and I will be back.
Hey, Vita, can I just add one thing real quick? Let me just add one thing real quick, right? Vita and I connected earlier this week, right? After 25 years serving.
Oh my God.
Right. So we reconnected this week, as a matter of fact. So, but I want to say this. She asked me to come on here and to share some of our experiences, right? When we were there 25 years ago. I can tell you, in the last 2 hours that I have been on this session, not only have I been inspired by what I'm hearing, but it is amazing to see what people are doing for others. So if you're on the Facebook Live, I encourage you to stick around and just see what's to come. I mean, if you just joining, you need to go back and listen to the replay of Tim and Kelley and their stories. It's truly amazing. So thank you, Vita, for inviting me.
Oh, thank you. You know what? So let me tell everybody about Terry. So and now I'm going to get into your intro, and I'm going to have to say it again. But when I was in Germany, I was like so homesick. It was like the homesickness. I was like 19 and I was away from home, and we were training to go to Bosnia, and everybody was so busy. And I didn't really have a chance to connect with anybody, because the second I got there, I was thrown into the flight operations in the middle of nowhere, and nobody even saw me. So it was Thanksgiving before we left. He had a gathering at his house in Gelnhausen, and we were actually neighbors at some point. And I just felt at home, even though I wasn't at home. And I'm like, wow, I really needed this. And I was like really grateful to Corporal Albright for, looking out for me. Part of who I am is because of him, because we worked in the same section. And it's just like, you can still be, serve your country, you could do what you're going to do, but you could still be, there for your family. And you can still be, you can care about your family and, stick together with your family. So that's what, whenever I think about Corporal Albright, that's what I think about. So I think about you on Thanksgiving. I think about you when I listen to country, and I'm like, Corporal Albright introduced me to country. So So yeah, it's just yeah, so just coming together and being able to tell that story, that's just really nice. I'm really glad I just got to know you on just on different levels, and
Yeah, no,
I'm just so
it's
happy.
great. Yeah,
I'm just
I'm
happy.
certainly glad we reconnected. So
It was
that's awesome.
so crazy because okay, so I put this, I think it was on Thursday or Friday. It was Thursday or Friday, I'm not sure which day. And I was on there talking to, like, just talking on the comments, and somebody's like, oh, I know you. And I'm like, oh, no, not really. And then I saw his name and I'm like, oh, I know you. Hey, you. Just like that, after like 25 years. So
Yeah.
I'm like, you never know. And like, even like connecting through Facebook, and you guys, I encourage you, if you have your battle buddies, go and, look them up, say, hey, maybe ask to be their friend on Facebook, and just, be, just be one together with people. It's just, I'm just overwhelmed. I'm just really glad that we're here together like this, and COVID or no fucking COVID, we're together. And my guest is, yeah, he's coming. He's a little, so he's gonna be here just on time. He's gonna be here just on time. So I've got like 5 minutes before he gets here. So what are you guys doing for Christmas, Terry? What are you doing for Christmas?
Actually, we're not doing much of anything. We're, like most people, stuck at home. Not really stuck at home. I have to say this, the whole COVID experience is, had its good and it's had its bad, but for the most part, it's been really good being able to be here, with my wife and my daughter, and so it's been great. We're not going anywhere, so we'll be here celebrating.
Excellent. How about you, Kelley? What's up for Christmas?
We don't celebrate Christmas,
Oh.
and it turns out to be the best thing possible because there's a lot of veterans who get really sentimental over this time and they need something stable, and we provide that stability of doing something that has absolutely nothing to do with Christmas.
Good for you.
So we ride bikes, or we get out and walk, or we do something like that. And also with COVID, it's been really bad because even veterans who have family that are not estranged from their family, they're feeling it bad. So like when they come around, we don't even talk about it. It's just another day. So we'll probably do a ride or something, or do a walk, or just hang out. We will be available.
Oh,
That's
thank
awesome,
you, Kelley.
Kelley.
And Tim, I know you have to go to work, but what do you plan on doing with your mom and your lovely wife?
Well, we are going to have a couple of friends over here, and then we're going to go to a park, and we're going to meet a few friends right down the street from my house here. It's a nice outside park, and we're going to have a little lunch there together and be family.
Aw. All right, Tim, go to work. I will talk to you soon. I definitely want to have you on for Monday lunch with Doc Bunny. We'll take your sticks to the park and go to work on them. But absolutely, I'll talk to you about that later. But bye, I'll see you later. Feliz Navidad.
Bye, guys. Thank you,
See you
Kelley.
later.
Thank you, Terry. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye. All right, so there's Tim Lane, one of my favorite people, and he is the Artistic Boxing. Check him out on YouTube, on Twitter, on Facebook. You can find him. He's all over the place. And my next guest isn't quite here yet, but he will be here momentarily, I'm supposing. But, as I sit back, I went through my old pictures the other day, because I'm like, okay, what do I talk about? I don't know what to talk about with, with boxing thing. And I just went through my old pictures, and I remember, Terry, can you answer a question for me since you're here and we have a minute to kill,
Sure.
hopefully? Okay, so I wasn't there during when the Salva River flooded. Can you tell me about that? Because I know that was it was vicious. I heard you guys got flooded out. It was like freaking bad.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I do remember, right, is that well, we ended up staging in Hungary for a short time, and we ended up staying in these old World War II bunkers. The light, very dim light. There were a bunch of bunk beds we were all shoved in, and anyways, that's where we were we were stuck in Hungary for our initial staging, waiting for everybody from the unit to get there. And then we were supposed to head south, a few days later. But then this flood came and it flooded the Sava River, and they had no idea how we would even get into Bosnia, from Hungary. And then, long story short, and some on here probably were part of that, right? The great engineering of the U.S. Army that built that bridge to go across.
Oh yeah.
A flooded river at the time. I mean, literally, it was a flooded river, and they built this bridge that allowed the convoy from Hungary to make its way south.
Yeah.
I actually drove a deuce and a half across that bridge that day with, you probably remember Sergeant McCrae, who was the.
Oh yeah. Do you talk to him at
all? Unfortunately, he had passed about 2 years ago.
Oh no.
So yeah, he's no longer with us, but I did talk to him a few years back. One of my great mentors of when I was in the Army. He was just an awesome guy. As you probably remember him, Vita. Just a great guy. But anyways, it was he and I in this deuce and a half going across the Sava on this bridge. It literally was a 1-lane bridge with no guardrails.
It's one way.
There's no guardrails on this bridge.
No guard. I have a picture of it. I have a picture of it, and I don't have it on my computer. But it's like it's so narrow. I think it's maybe 12 feet across, maybe, or it maybe 20. It's very narrow. One way in, one way out. We went over on a bus. Wow. I was afraid that I was going to fall in the river, like literally, because it's just like, you can't, what is it, like 2 miles an hour? It's like slow. It was crazy. And I'm like, oh my gosh.
You can't, you literally cannot see the bridge when you're riding in a vehicle, right?
No,
water both sides. So it was,
oh my God.
It was a bit scary. But so I clearly remember that. That delayed us, we were stuck in these bunkers in Hungary for, I think, probably an extra week or so. But
oh wow.
Yeah, I clearly remember that. Yeah. And once we got in there, once you crossed the Sava River, you could really begin to see the destruction that happened, and all the, it was amazing. It was just utterly amazing that people would do this to one another. I mean, just it was the homes and
Terry,
the destruction and what's that?
What year was this?
1995, like December 95. And then they left, the unit left like December of like right after Christmas or right before Christmas, and then 96.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I left out of Hanau, Germany on the 24th of December. Literally, I was told 2 hours, before, oh, you won't go till the beginning of the year, right after you're going to be home for Christmas.
Yeah.
Literally got a call 2 hours later saying, hey, you need to get back here. You're heading out.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the one
I remember taking that
I
train ride from Germany, all the way to Hungary, and it was an experience.
How many hours was that?
It was an overnight trip. I know.
Oh, wow.
I think it was like over, like, I think it was 14 plus hours or something like that. Wow. They traveled there and back to Hungary to Germany was like 14 plus hours or something like that.
Yeah.
On a train.
Yeah. My memory.
It was a while. It was a long time. But no, what happened? Hold on.
Well, my memory of Christmas Day of 1996 was when the train had stopped. We were in Prague, Czechoslovakia, and you're looking out the window, and the only thing I could see that I could even recognize was a Kmart sign. So.
Yeah, blue light special.
Yeah. That sticks out in my mind.
Okay, let me. Yeah, yeah. It's crazy. I
So,
just, and I just look back on the young and stupid private I was. I was young and stupid, but I'm just amazed that we're here. I remember the destruction I saw when I first got off, or when we first got into country, and it's like you can smell like death in there. I could smell
yeah,
death, even that, because people. I just don't understand how people could do that to one another. I really don't.
yeah,
It was just I just didn't understand it. And I even now I still can't comprehend that even today.
yeah. It
But
really is.
yeah.
It really is heartbreaking, especially I look back and, being in an aviation unit, Vita, there were some pluses to that, right? One of the pluses were that
Oh
we
yeah.
actually got to deliver mail into Sarajevo a
Mhm.
few different times. And then our captain, who was the S1 captain at that time, was a pilot of one of the UH-60s. So actually hopped a ride into Sarajevo. And then as you're going into Sarajevo, you would go by the Olympic Stadium and you could see the blood stains on the side of the Olympic Stadium of
Oh, wow.
where they literally, I mean, it was crazy. It was just crazy to think. And it's such a beautiful country.
Mm.
I mean, to fly over that
Yeah.
it was a beautiful country, but factions of not
Yeah.
agreeing and wanting more of whatever it may be, but
It's something
uh,
that always stick with you.
yeah, it does.
Yeah. It does. It does. So we have Gary that's just popped up in the waiting room. He's going to be with us in a minute. And we're still waiting for George. He's going to talk to us about The Millennial Samurai, which is a really amazing book. I'm not going to steal his thunder, but we'll just chat about, So Terry, what have you been doing since we last saw each other? Tell
Yeah,
me about your life.
yeah. I'll make it quick. No, so we were in Germany, left Germany in what 1997, I guess. 97, ended up coming to Fort
Mm-hmm.
Bragg, North Carolina, where I was part of the S1 of the headquarters First Region ROTC unit.
Mm-hmm.
Took care of all the ROTC units on the East Coast from Maine to Puerto Rico,
Oh
within all
wow.
the universities. So it was really cool job. It was a definite needed break after leaving Germany. So
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
nice. It was a great assignment. And at that point, I was at the point where, do I stay in or to make it a career, or do I get out? So I ended up getting out, and I got out in
Yeah, that was
September of 2000. So, and as I left that, it's like I walked right into. I say I walked in. I
mm,
I was hired into IBM in Raleigh, North Carolina, when I left the Army, and I've been there since. So it's been good. I have
okay.
no complaints here. Yeah, yeah. Uh, got a yeah married to my
Yeah.
wonderful wife of 11 years, and we got a daughter that's 9, and yeah. So it's life is
What's her
good.
name? Oh, what's her name? Your daughter,
Yeah, Hallie.
Allie.
Allie. And
Yeah,
you have two boys. I
I
remember you
do.
had two.
Yes, I do
Yeah.
have 2 older boys. Yeah. And we have 2 granddaughters.
Oh, wow.
And my
Oh,
oldest son, yeah, my
Grandpa.
oldest son, Vita, you may remember Josh.
yeah.
He was the oldest. He's now 35, and he lives
What?
he lives on
He
the
was like
coast.
little.
Yeah, he lives on the North Carolina coast. He's over there. So with our 2 granddaughters, and then my youngest son Jake, he lives nearby. So
Okay, that's good.
yeah,
Yeah, I have three kids. They
and
Dion is 22 She just finished college. She's a graphic designer.
Nice.
And then Matthew, he is 16. Bless his heart. I homeschool Matthew. And Maya, she's 14 and she is a cellist.
Oh wow.
And she misses school terribly. And I don't understand that. Well, I do, because I go through school and I'm like, I just don't like school, but she loves school. And she's very sad about, the lack of not being able to hang out with her friends. It's crazy.
It's hard on them young kids. Yeah.
It is crazy. It's just like, so is your daughter going to school? Is she in distance learning, or is she in the classroom, or what's going on?
Yeah, it's like a hybrid model. So she's in class 2 days a week. And it's only half the students those 2 days, and then the other 3 days she's at home doing virtual learning.
Okay.
But it looks as though they may go 100% virtual after the holidays, just with the uptick. I don't know what it's like out in Nevada, but here in the Carolinas the numbers are continuing to go up.
They were
looking like that for like another 3 months or so. I think they're gonna, I don't see them going back into the classroom anytime soon. That's for sure.
I don't think I don't know when they're going to go back in the classroom. And even if they go back next year, there's going to be definite precautions that you have to take, because there's just so many that we already had a problem with overcrowding, and now we have to
anyway. And you got to social distance and cut the amount. I don't know if they were doing this in Henderson, Vita, but in North Las Vegas, when they originally started school back, they were doing virtual, but they were doing 2 days actually there. But of course they were rotating the kids. Were they doing that in Henderson, where they were letting the kids come in for like 2 days or something?
No, we have different school sections. So we have a charter school, and they're not part of the school district.
Okay, yeah.
Whatever they want to.
Yeah.
And then you have the regular public school.
Right.
Now, for a long time, the kids went to charter school, but because Maya she wanted to do a magnet program for the cello, we had to move to the Clark County School District. And they're different. Because even their approach to like my niece, she goes to school now, but she's in a charter school. So and charter schools and private schools, they run by different rules.
Right.
I just really, I don't know. I want them to get back to normal. This isn't normal. It's like, even you can't say cut down your screen time, because that's how they socialize. So you can't say, okay, I'm cut down their screen time, and you can't. I mean, what else are you gonna do? Like, oh, you can't watch Netflix, you can't talk on the phone. What else are you gonna do?
I mean, you can cut out certain things, but that's on the computer. But the computer is like their friend right now. You just kind of need to monitor what they're looking at.
Yeah.
But it is
okay, guys. It is what it is. Well, it looks like George is a little late. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill in and talk about what I do. I wasn't planning on doing it, but since we have a hole, I'm going to do that. So what?
No,
we have just a slight hole. So what I do, I want to thank 1976 Coaching for helping us sponsor this, and Reclaim Treasures. What we do here for Reclaim Treasures is we have a storage business where we buy and sell classic and collectible things. So what we've done today is we have put a raffle out for the people who signed up on Eventbrite. And since I'm not doing anything, let me run and get milk real quick, and then we'll do a couple of giveaways, and we'll get that going. So hold on, give me a minute. You guys talk amongst yourselves, have a beer or something, or near beer. I'll be right back. Maybe.
I actually have family in North Carolina.
Okay, whereabouts?
I think it's Fayetteville. I'm not sure. Let's see where he is. Yeah. But I did have friends that were stationed at Fort Bragg, but they just got out of the military.
Oh, okay.
Maybe a couple of years ago. But over the years, I've had a lot of people that were
Yeah, it's really changed over the last 20 years.
Has it?
Oh yeah.
Have you been there that long?
I've been here in North Carolina for 20 years. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's the same thing with Vegas. It was
Yeah.
completely different when we got here 20 years ago. I mean, completely different.
Yeah. I have a
The
cousin that
building
just
of the
moved out
stadium.
to
been
Vegas not too long ago.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Did you see the stadium?
Yeah, I did. I've seen that. That's beautiful.
Quite a sight, right?
Yeah.
Quite a sight.
Yeah.
Who knew? Hockey team,
Yeah.
football team. I mean, women's basketball. I mean, who knew, right?
Right. Right. Is there a lot of excitement and support around?
Oh my God! Raider fans are insane anyway. Yeah, that group of people they're insane. I think they don't care where they go. They were obsessed with Oakland,
Yeah.
but were they at one time the LA Raiders too?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they're fanatical.
Yeah.
They're fanatical. So there's a bunch of people here from California because it's so much cheaper than California anyway. So they pretty much lost their minds when they found out that they were coming here, and everybody has a license plate, and yeah, it's and the Golden Knights, their first season, they went to the playoffs, so people lost their minds over that. They were like, I mean, what a way to come out blazing.
Right.
So yeah, they love it. They love it.
That's
insane.
great. Yeah. No, that's good. That's good. I see we have Gary.
Always good to have that in a town, though. I grew up in Michigan, so Detroit, the Red Wings were like everything.
Where?
On the east side and the west side. Yeah.
Really?
My parents
I'm from
live,
Michigan.
right down the street from Grosse Pointe. So
Okay.
yeah, we've been all over the place. All over.
Okay.
Yeah. From 8 to 6. Well, from 16 till I went to the military when I was 23. And then from 0 to 8, I grew up there. But the bulk of my life was spent in Houston. I grew up from 8 to 16 years old in Houston, Texas. So
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm from Michigan, the northern part of Michigan, probably about 4 hours from Detroit.
Oh, okay. So like the UP. What?
Not the UP. Not quite the UP.
What's the name?
Right in the middle of the Lower Peninsula, north of Grand Rapids.
We almost wound up going to Grand Rapids, and then my dad got transferred. They had something in Detroit, and since our whole family was in Detroit, we went to Detroit instead. Otherwise, when he got transferred from Houston, we were going to end up in Grand Rapids.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So George is not here right now. That's okay. We're gonna keep going. We're getting ready to set up our lottery or our raffle for the people who signed up on Eventbrite. Thank you so much. If you're having a hard time watching it, just go to Facebook Live on the I4S4K4 page, and you'll be there. And also we're gonna put a recording up, so you're gonna get to see the whole thing. So let me talk to you guys as Doc Bunny for a second and 1976 Coaching. Thank you so much for being here today. So I wanted just to talk about, reconnecting and rejoining the people that are our family and we haven't seen them for a long time. So like Terry and I, we haven't seen each other for like ever, and we just reconnected like that. Kelley and I've been so busy building what I'm supposed to build. I haven't been quite a good friend to Kelley. I've just been like all over doing whatever I'm doing. But it's nice to know that when you're able to reconnect again, you're able to do so. Mm-hmm. Reconnection is, it's reconnecting with the past, but a lot of us with PTSD wind up living in the past. And that's not always the best thing. So how can we reconnect and move forward? So reconnecting and moving forward means you're just going to accept what you're doing at the time, and you're just going to move forward from the point you're at. Kelley, I need to take you to lunch so you could go to Monday lunch with Doc Bunny so you could ride your bike. Yeah, my doctor hasn't cleared it yet, so I'm not really allowed to do like that kind of physical activity quite yet. But
Make
when I
sure you
am,
let
I'm
them
gonna
know it's
be.
a rehabilitation bike, though. It's not a regular bike. You
It's
gotta
a
let them
rehab
know so
bike.
they come knit right. So
Okay. All
because they
right.
prescribe those for therapy. It's specifically for therapy.
Yeah. I will do that because we need to do a Monday lunch because we just haven't had time to connect. And what I encourage you guys to do, if you're out there and you see somebody on the chat, hey, I know this person, I might know this person, pop them and say hi because you might actually know them. And I know we all look different from when we were wearing BDUs and, you know, boots, and we all look the same. But right now, let's take this time to learn about each other. So
I look the same since I was 5 years old.
yeah, you know what? Somebody said I look the same. Terry, do I look the same?
Oh, you're muted, Terry.
Terry's muted. I don't know.
Sorry, there you go. You look exactly the same. You haven't aged a bit, Vita.
Music
No,
to my ears.
Well, no, like when I was in the military, I looked like I was like 14 or something. I was like really, really young.
Yeah.
I was like really young looking. It's like, dude, whose kid is in here? Because it's like, oh, I'm like, oh my goodness, what's going on? How come and I was just the kid. I just looked like so young. But just being able to reconnect with you guys is just so good. And it's just relaxing and music to my ears that we get to be here like this right now. So Terry, what do you wish? No, I can't take this interview question from you because it's like I can't take your thunder. I don't want to like ruin the interview now. That would be bad.
Oh.
But
ask you something.
Yeah, okay, I am gonna ask you something. What lesson did you learn the most? What is the one thing that you learned? Here, what's the lesson you learned about your time downrange?
That to me, Vita? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, great. Good question, right? What did we learn? The one thing I learned, and you know, as I look back on just some of the memorabilia I have, you know, from there, the one thing that I took away is how fortunate are we in the United States, right?
Yeah.
I mean, really, truly. I mean, just stop for just a second. I mean, we literally deployed and set up a completely functioning city within a matter of days in the middle of a field.
Yeah.
I mean, we literally did that, right? And then, you know, and just the benefits of, you know, being born in the United States, that, you know, the things that we take for granted all the time, you know, like being able to drive a vehicle or, you know, have, you know, grocery stores to go to, schools that, you know, we could attend, schools that our children can attend, hospitals, and just the basic things in life that you think everyone has. And when you get sent to a place like that, you realize real quick that that is just not the case, right?
Yeah.
You know, people begging for food and kids, you know, literally kids standing in a snowbank with no shoes on. I mean,
yes, it's heartbreaking.
We crossed the Sava River and had, when we were, you know, going and had stopped, and kids would run out to the road, and they literally would be out there barefooted in a short sleeve shirt with a pair of jeans on, looking for food. You know,
yeah.
I mean, it's, you know, homes that were just completely destroyed, and these people were still living there. They had livestock on the second floor of their home. You know, I mean, so that would probably be the thing that I took away, is that, you know, we're very fortunate to be living in the United States of America.
Yeah. I remember so many convoys that I was on, and, you know, you have kids just are hungry. And, you know, it was just like, I just couldn't really understand that. I know that we have hunger in the United States, and that's a given, but this is a different kind of hunger. This is a different kind of, it was just so much of it, and everybody, it was just a loss. It was just like, oh my gosh, how could people do this to each other?
Yeah.
That's
it seems different, like even if you, because you think about what you said, it being so different from the United States. If you give somebody money here, right, they can go purchase something somewhere right away. But if you give them money there, it wasn't lack of money so necessarily, it was lack of means.
Yes.
Right. You give them some money, where they're going to go purchase something from. All of a sudden, you have to give them, food.
You're not.
Or an MRE or something tangible. You couldn't just give them money and say, here you go. And then they run to the corner store and get, a slice of pizza. So.
Yeah, no. And I gave a lot of my MREs to kids. And I know a lot of people did too, but it's like, it's like, I can get food. Right. I can get food, and you're not, and it's like, and when you can, you just give. And it's just so, when I look back on that, that's probably one of the hardest things that you have to get used to, is like just kids, just not able to be kids.
Right.
And that's part of it all. That's crazy. So you know what? Let's get out the bummer part. This is a little bit of a kill. So I'm going to do a raffle right now, because, it's fun. So what I have done, and I'm noticing that a lot of you guys on Eventbrite, you're not able to log in, and I'm so sorry about that. We're trying to fix that as soon as we can. But if you go on the I4S4K4 Bosnia veterans, you'll be able to see it. And we're going to be putting this on live. We're going to put this live stream on a recording, so you're going to be able to look at it anyway. So one thing that we're going to give away is, hold on one second. I'm going to give away the first patch of the day. This is a Bosnia Joint Endeavor United States patch. They're not, you can't really find these anywhere. You can, but they're really hard. So yes. So I'm going to give the first one out right now. And what we're going to do is we are going to email the winner, and we're just going to send this to you. That's how we're going to do all the rest of them. So the winner, the people who left their email addresses on Eventbrite, you are now entered into a prize patch, pop, puck, and special. And that's what we're going to do. So for this Operation Joint Endeavor United States patch is Mike Horns. Mike, we're going to get you this patch, and we're going to make sure that you guys, yay, Mike. Woo! And we're going to make sure that you guys get this patch. And thank you so much for signing up on Eventbrite. I know it just went foobar. I am so sorry. I love you guys. I'm learning technology too, like the rest of you. Terry, tell me about technology and people our age, because it is like, I didn't realize how little I knew about technology until COVID started.
No, to be quite honest, when I have trouble, I ask my 9-year-old, right?
There you go. That's your best bet. That's your best bet.
Exactly.
And they look at us, and my daughter calls me a boomer. I'm like, what the hell does that mean? And yeah, it's this.
Yeah.
You can ask a 4-year-old. A 4-year-old knows how to do the.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
I gave my niece my phone, and all of a sudden she's like, I'm like, hey. She looked through my pictures. She just knew to instinctively start swiping. I'm like, yeah, you swipe through there and get traumatized. Your little finger off of there. Little finger off there swiping.
Oh goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Kids. Technology.
But the thing is oh my gosh. So I just went Apple last year. I was Android all the way. I was like, oh my gosh, but I had to get a new computer. And so I wound up getting a Mac Air.
Oh, a Mac
And
is
I'm
way
like,
different than.
Yeah.
it is. I was like, oh my gosh, I don't even know how to use this thing. I've been so frustrated on, like, just generally learning a new system. And I feel like I'm like an old woman. And I shouldn't feel that old. I'm like, oh
No,
my
it's
God,
not.
what happened? And technology has just taken over.
Yeah.
I
If
remember
there's,
watching the Jetsons. You guys remember watching the Jetsons and
yes.
seeing
Yeah.
her talking to him or vice versa? And I remember thinking that is so bizarre.
Yeah.
Like, oh, how funny! This is the future, talking to somebody and being able to see their face. And now there's Apple Watch, right? There's Samsung Watch where you can just literally look at your watch and see somebody. It's just, yeah, it's funny.
Yeah.
I just realized that I realized like 2 months ago that I can answer my phone with my watch. And I'm
Oh.
like, oh my gosh, this is Jetson shit.
Well,
Right.
I will add that prior to COVID, I put prior to COVID, anytime before March of this year, right? Prior to that, those of you that do own, businesses, and I'll just say my wife and I have a small cake decorating business on the side that we run out of our home, but just prior to COVID, we all knew the importance of having a digital presence, right?
Right.
Like we all knew we probably should be on Facebook. We probably should have a page, or we probably should have had a website, or be on Twitter, whatever it may be. Since COVID, I think Kelley and Vida and Gary has joined us. You probably would agree that has sped the process up, right? That has put your digital presence in front and center to everybody.
The
Because
amount of posts
if
we
you
do.
don't have that today, chances are no one's going to know about you.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, we
So
had everything in place, but like you said, like you were probably, what I would assume with a cake business, it's pretty much more so word of mouth, right? Somebody sees the cake at an event or
right,
something and they're like, oh my God, that's great. Where'd you get that done? And you tell them, but in this,
right,
who's going to parties and seeing a cake that you made? You know what I
yeah,
mean? It's very limited. So yeah, you got to
yeah.
advertise. You got to get out there and be accessible.
You have to, and
Yeah.
and just doing the work that I do at IBM and working with large IT companies across the globe. I mean, I hear it every day. Just the importance of making sure that they have an upgraded network, security's top notch. They have to, you have to make sure your messaging is on point on that main page. So yeah, if there's one thing that COVID has really taught us as a whole, I think, in my opinion, would be that you have to have a digital presence.
Yeah.
And if you don't, you're going to be left behind.
It's literally the thing that connects us now.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I just, I'm sitting up here on my phone, apologizing to people on Eventbrite because I know some people are mad at me. I'm so sorry. But just the technology we have today. I remember in Bosnia I had that big ass Singars radio, and I had to carry that thing on my back. It was like 25 pounds, and now it's like a little tiny thing, and you don't even have to lift it up. It's like, what happened? It's like, wow, we actually witnessed a technological change in society. It's like, wow, I'm that old. And when I tried to, and I was doing a social marketing class, and it turns out that people our age we only use 1 to 2 platforms. So it's usually Facebook, maybe Instagram, or Facebook and Twitter, but we used to like 1 to 2, just generally 1 to 2 platforms, but there's so many. And if you're used to Windows 95,
Oh man.
Windows XP,
Oh man.
oh yeah. And you're not really used to everything that's going on. It's like, if you guys are right, if you don't have a presence on social media, you're not gonna, you can't succeed, especially if, but it's not like it used to be with us when we were kids. And I can't believe I'm saying that, but it just isn't. I can't imagine if I spent my life in Bosnia on Facebook. Can you imagine that?
Man, we would have gotten, Vita, every now and
Oh,
then I ask myself, like, so we were in the weapons storage area, and when we were in Italy and here, I was both in the weapons storage area. So it's a nuke, it's a secure area, right? We're cops. Needless to say, so many inappropriate conversations, so many inappropriate things. I was like, if we had cell phones that was on our person, everybody would have been like, oh yeah, I was dishonorably discharged. Oh yeah, I had an article, and multiple Article 15s. Like, we would have been in so much trouble because just idle, 12-hour shifts.
Yeah.
It would just be too much. It would have been too much. And we would have been more than happy to do selfies, take a picture. What's that? Oh, that's a $6 million plane. Oh, what's that? That's the nuke coming up. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we would have been filming all kinds of stuff. Hey, film me with my M60. Like, I was like, oh my God, these kids. I mean, they have it made, and then they don't have it made, because I don't know how more of them don't. To put it in perspective, we were talking to one of the chiefs here who just retired, and a couple of their troops were upset about something. So one thing we all know, no matter what branch you is chain of command, right? You know how they instill that in you. You follow chain of command. If you go to your supervisor, if your supervisor is the issue, you go to their supervisor, and so forth and so forth. This kid tagged the Chief Master Sergeant of the Air Force.
the what now?
On Facebook. So like, if I wanted to talk directly to you, Vita, you know, I could put the little @ symbol,
you just
your name, and I can tag it. This kid skipped everybody in his chain of command and tagged the Chief Master Sergeant of the Air Force, and this is how I feel about this, and wrote it all out. And the Chief Master Sergeant responded, and then he responded to everybody in that chain of command as well.
Oh wow.
I would have been mortified. I don't. It's a different type of military today. Let me just tell you that.
Right.
It is a different. It is. I just look around. Technology. Woo. And I went to Nellis once, and people live on their phones, and they tell so much of their business on their phones. It's like, dude, what happened to OPSEC? You're just telling everybody your business. And
I remember the gossip we used to share in Italy, and I couldn't imagine that type of gossip being able to be, oh man,
on Facebook.
That's a doozy.
It's like, yeah, and like even like oh my gosh, like even now I have to, we like in my homeschool we have a class on social media, what you should post, what you shouldn't post, how come,
right?
Social
media etiquette.
But oh my gosh, if we had Twitter, if we had Facebook in 1995 and 1996, hell, in 2000, imagine.
Oh my
goodness. Imagine?
Oh man,
what would have happened?
My story might have been written very different.
The story of my life would be on Facebook, and it would be bad.
It would not be good. No.
Gary is coming on somewhere. He's waiting. I hope he comes in anytime he wants to, because we had to make time and fill in time, and I had to get a drink, my Bloody Mary, my Sunday Bloody Mary, and my hot chocolate is over here. But stuff happens. So we're going to talk about the Millennial Samurai anyway. We will in a minute. So but this next section, Kevin is supposed to be, oh, okay. Well, we had another cancellation, so we're not going to go that long anyway. But Kevin's going to be talking to us about ageism, and and what to do about, experiencing that in the workplace. I don't know if any of you guys noticed, but we're getting at that age. And so let me tell you about how ageism affects me. And I'm just like 44. So what happened is that I was talking to somebody at the park, and I look like relatively young. I don't look like I'm 40. I look like I'm about 30. I'll give it 30. And this guy was talking to me, and I said, "Oh, I'm 40." And he got up and walked away. Yeah. I'm like, "Are you kidding me? What happened?" It's like, and here's what happened. It's because I was too old. And not only socially, this happens to us professionally. And, it's devastating because you have to, prepare yourself for, getting older in the workplace. Who knew? The workplace isn't like it used to be. And, even 20 years ago, we have to, as people, we have to continually invent or reinvent ourselves, because things come to an end, things begin, things end. And to be able to like focus on that, you have to be able to be
aware of it. Because
Yeah.
I'm not, I always get that same thing, that, when I start talking and people are like, well, and I tell people, Peter and I have been married for 22 years, they look at him and they look at me and they're like, would you guys get married when you were one?
Yeah,
Like,
pretty much.
Yeah.
Hey, Kevin, how are you?
Good to see you. Yay.
Happening.
So,
Out here in the desert.
I see. Are you hiking? Are you hiking today?
We're really just behind a green screen, but it's working right now.
I know, that's a funny background though. That's hilarious.
Yeah. So, Kevin, how are you today?
Doing okay, yourself?
I'm just peachy keen. So how we're going to do this is that we're going to break on, we break on the 45th of the 40, we break at the 45-minute mark of the hour, and then we start again at the top of the hour. So you'll be here at noontime, and you'll be talking about ageism. And Kevin, when you told me about that the first time we talked about it, my mouth was on the floor because it's unfair. It really is.
Well, somebody told me once if I want fair to go to the county fair, but nobody ever said life was fair, but there's things you can do about it. Comedy, it's in my blood. I wish it was in my act.
That's funny.
So Kelley, and
Absolutely.
and so we have Terry on the line, and he's gonna be back here pretty soon, and we're just chatting, and we're in our digital beer tent for the 25th anniversary of Operation Joint Endeavor, when the Dayton Peace Accord was signed today, 25 years ago, and that's when we all started to go to Bosnia. So that's why we're here, and we're just really enjoying our getting our time back together. Terry and I were unit members in Bosnia and Germany, and we just found each other this week. Go figure, on Thursday or Friday.
Small world.
Yeah. It was. We were on. I've been on where we are live right now on I4S4 K4 for Peacekeepers, and I'm like, oh, this guy was like, oh, I know you. I'm like, oh, well, whatever. I'm not sure. But then Terry got on there. I'm like, hey, I haven't seen you forever. How are you doing? And then I got him to do this for us today. And it's so amazing that, you get to catch up and we get to hear about what everybody else is doing. So Kevin, before we start with you, just what have you been up to? I haven't seen you since the range.
Good times.
That was a good time.
Just, it's funny because during that time was in the middle of the whole casino shutdown. So I had helped them to shut down the casinos, which was pretty eerie to see all of a sudden the people disappeared, but the machines were still on.
Yes.
And then all the machines blanked out. And that was eerie. And then they turned off all the background music. Then it started to look like a setting for some type of horror film in there. But they dimmed the lights, and I'm like, okay. And then they said, okay, Kevin, you and your team can leave now, and we'll call you when we need you. And I'm like, what? Because any crisis situation, I've always worked it. And I'm like, well, wait a second, we just laid off 9,000 employees. Do you think they might have some questions? And they're like, it's okay, we got 2 people to answer them. So I didn't hear from anybody for 8 weeks. And I thought, I should probably float my resume out there. And that's how I got picked up for this job in Arizona. That's Arizona behind me. And I came back to work. I helped them reopen the casinos. And then I gave them my 2 weeks. So that was pretty much the end of that. So since June 22nd, I've been actually working in Lake Havasu City, Arizona. I go down on a Monday and come back on a Thursday in theory.
So how's that going?
I'm hoping to pack up my house here in January, get it all cleaned out and up for sale and sell it in February.
Okay, so you're permanently moving down to Lake Havasu.
Oh yeah, the commuting's going to kill me after a while.
Yeah.
Plus, for what I'm paying in rent, which is actually cheaper than trying to get hotel rooms, I could be putting that in my 401k or some other savings vehicle because I'm becoming more acutely aware of my own mortality.
That's what we were wondering, Kevin, if you moved completely. Peter was saying you were just visiting, and then he said you moved, and then Donna and I were trying to figure that out. So you did move.
Well, I still got 1 foot in each state.
Okay.
Because I'm in Nevada. I'm in Nevada right now. I'm going to go back there this afternoon and right after this.
Okay.
All right. Terry, this is Kevin. Kevin is your counterpart. He's also HR. Kevin, this is Terry. We worked together in Germany and in Bosnia and after that too. So you guys, great meeting you guys.
Nice meeting you, Kevin.
Nice to meet you.
So yeah, so we're just chatting, shooting the shit. And you guys, if you're watching on live stream, go get a drink, your drink of choice, and watch us shoot the shit for a little while and remember, some historical, the one thing I remember about Bosnia is the historical reference, because at the time I didn't think that we were really doing anything. A lot of people didn't think that until you got there, and then you're like, oh my gosh, what's going on. But when you look at it now and you're like, oh my gosh, I lived through that and they lived through that and we all lived through it, you have to take stock and remember, where you came from. And, my boyfriend asked me a question the other day. He's like, Vita, you've been through all this stuff and, you go through the army thing where you hate it, but would you do it again? And I had to think about that. It's like, would you do this again? And the answer is, yeah, I would do it again because it was absolutely necessary for me to get that done. So Terry, would you do it again if you had to?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You're talking about somebody coming from a small town of about 2,500, 3,000 people, right? A lot of my friends today are still there, never left. So I would absolutely do it again. Not only for that, but it's just the life lessons that you've learned, the values the Army teaches you, about going forward and you carry around in, your everyday life, So yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. How about you, Kelley? Would you do it again?
I definitely agree. I wasn't in the same as you guys. I was Operation Enduring Freedom. But when I was in Italy, we had the Kosovo incident. So I am familiar with peacekeeping, because that's basically what we were doing there. And then can't say too much about, 9/11 changed my entire life.
Oh yeah.
I was here and I wouldn't change a thing. I really wouldn't. I had to grow so much from being, a woman, from being a Black female, being in security forces, and being a woman, being in security forces. You name it. I learned tons of lessons in life, be it from the feminine point of view, the racial point of view, the historic point of view, everything. And like Terry said, I wouldn't change it. It's a part of who I am. And then just the core values you get, they happen to really align with who I am anyway. But service before self, I really took it serious. I still take it serious. That's why sometimes even when I'm depressed and I'm going through it, I know if I help somebody else, it usually pulls me out of that. So
how about you, Kevin? Would you do it again if you had to?
I would do the Air Force again. I'm not sure about some of the stuff that went along with it, but one of the veteran Facebook groups I belong to, they said, what would you tell your younger self in 3 words? And 95% of the comments were, never get married. So
you know what?
Don't tell
Oh,
the missus
Terry,
I said that, but
now you know what? Wow.
after this one, I'm done. I'll get another dog. I'm never getting married again.
I've been telling I work with a certain amount of groups, youth groups here, and my son, because of my son's the same age, and one thing I've been telling them is, do not get married on your first enlistment. Hell, don't do it on your second enlistment. And I'm stupid because I did it. I was like, oh, I'm gonna get married, and it was, I don't want to say an unmitigated disaster, but it was close. So don't do it, because you should learn your job before you get married. But this is talking to the choir because we've already done that. So if you can
not me. I'm odd man out.
Kelley's lucky.
But I'm blessed. There's a difference. I did. Yeah. I have a ton of friends who it did not work out for. And they all got married right away, really fast. I met my husband 2 weeks after I got there, and we were married 8 months later, and it's been 22 years. He always makes a joke, I got a government issued wife. And but man, we saw some stuff fall apart, and they just really didn't know each other. I almost didn't marry him because I was 23 and we're like 3.5 years apart. And I thought, this is your first good relationship. I've had other good relationships. Just because it's good doesn't mean you gotta get married. It's what I'm thinking. And he just wouldn't let up. Right? He just wouldn't let up. So I was like, all right, I'll marry you. But I'm only doing it one time, and you're not going anywhere. I made it very, very clear. If we have to live in the same house and you have a girlfriend and I have a boyfriend, so be it. But we're not getting divorced.
Hey. You know what? Hey. If you agree to it, there's nothing wrong with it. If you both agree,
But I realized after years of training, and yes, Kevin, and yes, Terry, I said training, no one was going to infringe upon the hard work that I put in. Seat down, dishes in the sink. I put too much effort in. I'm not just going to hand them off to somebody younger, or hand them off all that hard work I put in, training, the lashes, the treats,
You want a return on your investment. I understand.
Exactly. And I'm getting it now. I got a young man. You say I'm 46. He just turned 43. This is working out perfectly.
Robbing the cradle.
Yeah. Hey, good stuff, man. So I would tell people, it obviously depends. His sister and her husband got married kind of the same way, and they're still together. It's been 22. Matter of fact, they got married a month before us. And but then we had friends who had just totally fell apart. And I don't know what it is about when you're there, especially overseas. There's something about being overseas, right?
It's because you don't know
the community.
Yeah. It's a small community as it is, and then you
cling to each other.
You do.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm for it and against it.
I think, I speak from experience, and I don't think the
But young kids, I see what you're saying. Young kids who really don't know who they are or what their job is and how traumatic being in the service is going to be or is, it might be wise just to kind of take a step back and not just rush into it.
Well, the thing is that, and I've even been a military spouse, so I'm going to say this with, I can talk on the subject. I have to give it to military spouses. They have the hardest job that they
absolutely
can have, and it's like very, very low appreciation. You go without a lot,
and they're the glue.
And you're the glue. And if you don't take the right decision in that first, when you're picking your mate,
right,
they can 80% of your career success or failure is based on the selection of your mate.
Very true.
And that has
to do with it. Yeah.
It has a lot to do with it. And even now, it depends on the selection of your mate. So people need to know themselves before they get married, because if you don't know yourselves and they don't know each other, then you're going to have a really hard time being married and reaching your goals. If you don't know what each other's goals are, you're going to have a really hard time meeting them. So it's like, if you're not you need to be on the same page. But if you have somebody who doesn't really want to be there, and they, it does a lot to your career, and it can really have adverse effects on it. So I say to everybody, hey, just don't get married. But Terry knows that's like me, like that's kind of hypocritical, because I did get married like right away.
No, yeah,
but I just, oh yeah, I can speak from experience. But it's just like, you just, when you're around people, love who you're with, enjoy who you're with, but you don't have to marry them. Do not have to marry them. So let's get on to the next subject. Hi guys, this is Doc Bunny, or PFC Sykes, and we're doing Operation Joint Endeavor 25. This is the 25th anniversary of the beginning of Operation Joint Endeavor, and I'm here with some really good friends of mine, so we could talk about this, and I can give you guys some information for some topics, and we could just get to know each other again, just reconnect like Tim was talking about earlier. So right now we're going to talk to Kevin Panet. He is, he's actually, let me tell you about Kevin. I'm going to tell you about Kevin. So we had a range in May, and by all accounts, we should have canceled that range. It was so windy. We should have canceled it. So Kevin comes up to me, and he went somewhere, and then he came back, and he's like, "Hey Doc, can I talk to you?" And guys, I'm not a medical doctor. I have a PhD, but I was a combat lifesaver in Fort Campbell, so that's why they call me Doc there too. So he comes back, and he fell on his head, and he has a little scratch on his head. And I'm like, oh my gosh, what happened? And he's like, oh, I fell. I'm like, okay, well, let's get this patched up, let's, do it. And he's like, oh yeah, one more thing happened. I stepped on a nail. Could you look at it? And I'm like, dude, that's like the first thing you should have told me. What's going on? And oh my God, he needed a tetanus shot. Okay. And it's like, that's the last time we did a range, because it was just like, it wasn't disastrous, but we learned a lot about ourselves on that range day. So I'd like to introduce you guys to Kevin Panet, one of HR extraordinaires, and he's going to be talking about ageism and what to do about it. So Kevin, take it away.
Okay, thank you for that glorious introduction. And I didn't fall. Actually, I had a rifle with a scope, and it was too close to my face, and it got me. And so that was the first part of blood she saw coming down. And then on the way back to the car, I stepped on a rusty, twisted nail about this thick, and it probably went about a half an inch into my flesh. And I did get a tetanus shot the next day, but I was very grateful.
Oh my God.
I was very grateful that Doc Bunny in her
But
kindness put a Band-Aid on the
thing
movie.
is, and the thing is that he did it with like no issue. He's like, oh, by the way, I have a nail in my foot. Not like most people were like, oh my God, there's a nail. Not Kevin. He's just like, oh, I have a nail. Can you get it out? Like all nonchalant, like Kevin.
I deal with enough drama at work, especially right now. Right now, I'm a HR director for a automotive group with 6 dealerships. 5 of them are in Arizona. That's Arizona behind me. And one's in California, which is a whole other planetary system. And in addition to everything else, being in charge of like recruiting and compensation and benefits and training and employee relations and all that, I'm also now the COVID commander, tracking all COVID cases. So tracking exposures, doing contact tracing. And it's amazing to me that people will say, gosh, you know, I got up this morning and my throat was, you know, hurting me. What do you think I should do? And I'm like, I am not a medical physician. You should probably talk to a care provider, but please go get tested and stay away from everybody and put your mask back on. And so it's been interesting. Plus I got to admit, between California and Arizona, Arizona has a much more, shall we say, cavalier attitude. A lot of anti-maskers down there in Lake Havasu City, but you know, it is what it is. But anyway, let's talk about why I got invited to this party. Ageism in the workplace. It is a very real thing. And there are things that folks that are of a advanced chronological age can do to help themselves. You're going to have people, I mean, like there was a time, when I was in the Air Force, my first duty station, I was 20 years old and I worked for a sergeant who was probably in her mid 30s. And to me, she was an old lady. I wanted nothing to do with her. And her husband was TDY, temporary duty, a lot. And she kept inviting me over to her house. And I'm like, you know, no, that's okay. I got stuff to do this weekend. But it's like, I always saw her as like that old person I just wanted to have nothing to do with for a variety of reasons. But if you're going to be in today's workplace and you've got some years on you, there are some things that you can do to keep up. And I actually put a little list together here. The first one is to, you know, do kind of an assessment on yourself of your skills, kind of a skills inventory. Do you really have what it takes to be competitive in today's market? So like, if I wanted to brag about being able to operate a B25 Burroughs computer or a Linear 4000 or a CPT 5000 or a Xerox Memory Writer 3000, nobody's heard of any of these things, at least not most people in today's workplace. You know, bragging about, you know, I'm good with Windows 95 or Windows 98 or whatever. It's like, okay, that was like decades ago. So you got to make sure that you have modern skills, that they're up to date. One of the challenges that I run into with older folks sometimes is for some reason, they brag about their ignorance. It's like, oh, I don't want to do that Facebook thing, like it's beneath them. But if they're making comments like that in the workplace, people are going to look at them and say, wow, man, what's wrong with you? This is how we communicate. So in a sense, they're kind of ostracizing themselves from their work group if they're doing that. If they're trying to find a job, it becomes even tougher because people judge you initially by your resume. They don't know you. All they see is this resume. And if your resume goes back 30 years, which is certainly possible, you're number one, you're saying how old you are. Number two, people don't really care about what you've done unless it was in the last 10, maybe 15 years, if it's highly relevant. So you really don't need to list that stuff from so many years ago. My Air Force service was so long ago that I may put on my resume like Air Force veteran, but I'm not going to list all the places that I served at. If they want to know more about me as a veteran, I'm happy to tell them. I'm happy to give them a copy of my DD Form 214. But your resume is a marketing tool. It's marketing to get you in the door versus a job application, which is actually a legal document. A lot of times people confuse the two. So you definitely want to make sure your skills are up to date. You might want to consider going back to school. And for a lot of older people, when they hear going back to school, they're like, that's not going to happen. Probably because their last school experience was not a very pleasant one. A lot of us really didn't have a good time in grade school. We may not have enjoyed our college years, but today's environment for learning has changed dramatically. You can, when the pandemic's over, go to a school, in-person classes, but you can also do things online. Online schools, even before the pandemic, were becoming popular. Now they're becoming even more popular. And quite frankly, I teach online. I'm an adjunct professor of human resources for the University of Redlands, and I've taught several courses this year. And so I like that. I like to teach because it kind of keeps me fresh and relevant. I'm also starting a class in January. I'm starting an MBA program. Well, I already have a master's degree. I have a master's of science degree in human resources management, which probably helped me for about 10 years, but I got that in 1996. How much do you think has changed since 1996? Think about how much our world has changed, not to mention my profession. All the new laws, all the new ideas, all the new theories that have come out, the technology, so much has changed. And so I figure going back to school and getting an MBA, that will help me in my career. Also looks good on a resume, quite frankly. You may want, if you don't want to go back to school to get a degree, you may consider a certification or a certificate. The difference between the two is that a certification is something you maintain. A certificate is kind of a one and done. So like for me in human resources, I have 2 senior level certifications. One is from the Society for Human Resources Management, and the other is from the Human Resources Certification Institute. And each one requires me to have 60 continuing education units every 3 years. And so the funny thing is, after a while, nobody cared I had that master's degree anymore because they knew it was only good for so long. What my potential employer cares about is that I have those certifications. Now, right now I'm in the automotive business, and one of the things we're having a really tough time hiring is automobile mechanics. Because they want them to be SAE certified. And if I can find them, great. But there's, again, another example of how the certification can help someone not just to get a job, but to get one of the highest paying jobs that we have in the shop.
So Kevin, would you suggest like a trade school or something like that for people who are doing trades? Because we don't really teach trades
absolutely.
Like, people think it's weird to go to a trade school, and it's completely
trade schools for many are so much better than college, because college takes a long time. College is, that learning is more like the theoretical, it's the academic. Trade schools are more like
knock out something in a year, or
here's how to be a welder.
And you're learning on the job training, like military.
Right. And like to be able to weld aluminum is a highly sought after skill. Not a lot of people can do that, but you got to learn how to be a basic welder first.
Right.
And I remember a story not too long ago about an older worker, and she said, well, my job used to be I would go around to computers and I would install software. Okay, most companies use push technology, or the software updates come automatically. So there isn't a need for someone to go around and do that anymore.
Right.
And she's like, I just can't find a job in my field. And it's like, your field's gone.
Yeah, do a trade in something. Yeah.
All right.
In something different.
But okay, so that's a good question. Okay, so people our age, we're still with the remnants of, hey, if we have a job with the same company for 30 years and we do the same job for 30 years, we're going to be okay. But I don't think that. I think you have to be loyal to yourself and not the company, and continually improve yourself.
Well, if they pay for continuing education, you'll be okay. But if they can hire 2 people to do new, fresh things that they're only paying one person, which is you, to do, you're out the door.
And that's why you gotta remain competitive. But you bring up a couple issues. One of the things that I was taught earlier on is loyalty to profession, because companies come and go. And I've seen quite a few of them go. I've had a fair amount of companies close on me. But at the end of the day, what do I have left? I have me. So I better do something to try to make myself marketable. But a couple other, I just want to, so trade schools, that's a great way to go. If somebody is a member of what they consider themselves to be a member of a certain profession, there's usually professional associations out there where you can do networking.
Right.
And through networking, you never know who you might find that could help you to get to where it is you need to get to go to.
Right.
And so LinkedIn, most people I know are on LinkedIn. If somebody's not on LinkedIn, they should probably get there. It's like a resume that works for them 24/7. They want to make sure they do it right, that they have a nice professional photo. It's not like a picture of them holding a drink in a bar, or a woman wearing a strappy tank top,
or
something
a
like that.
A selfie.
And so they definitely would want to clean up their social media profile. So it's funny, the 3 things that we're told not to talk about in polite company are sex, religion, and politics. And that's what most people talk about or joke about on the internet.
Instagram.
So if someone is in the process of looking for a job, it's probably a good idea to try to clean as much stuff as you can off your, or if you really want to share something that's a little off color or whatnot, mark it just for your friends, not for public. But with that said, again, think about the people that review a lot of these resumes. Initially, it's younger pups. And if they see that somebody has 20, 30 years of experience, they might think, oh, well, I wonder what Gramps is doing these days. Like, is he sitting on a chair watching the paint dry or whatnot? But like, if your social media shows you out hiking or doing volunteer work or somehow being active in the community, these are all things that can help you.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I had a quick question for you, Kevin. What do you think? It's hard because I'm self-employed, so my resume it's a little outdated, but what would you suggest for people? There's a lot of stuff I know how to do because of running a business. Should I put that on my resume, or is it only if it applies to that job?
Generally, you should only put things on your resume that are relevant to that job. So I had a Army veteran reach out to me through one of my Facebook groups where I said, hey, I'm trying to get a hold of mechanics. And he's like, oh yeah, that's all I did was work on, diesel engines when I was overseas. I'm like, oh, that's great. Hey, we'll help you with relocation. We'll give you a sign-on bonus. Can you send me your resume? And then when he sent me the resume, it was all security forces stuff. It was all about stuff that he had done as a, security force member. And there was like one little line in there that said, and worked on vehicles. And I'm thinking, okay, man, I can't put that in front of my service manager.
This is the job you're applying for, and you're talking about something completely different.
And I said, please, can you send me an updated resume? He's like, oh, no problem. I'll get it to you. And I haven't heard from the guy now. It's been a couple of weeks.
It's intimidating, I think, for most to kind of revamp their if they don't know what they're looking for. This is why this is such great information.
So the best way to find out there's a couple ways you can find out what the employer is looking for. Number one, and I know this is going to sound like common sense, read the job description.
Exactly.
Because a lot of people don't. I get a lot of people that submit resumes to me because they're hopeful that I will somehow see their shining, bright personality and overlook the fact that they have no qualifications whatsoever. Because like right now, I need to hire a payroll clerk for my team. I need that like right now. I need a payroll clerk. And I
We need
put the ad up on Friday, and I got 20 resumes within 24 hours. 2 of them were close to qualified.
Oh, wow.
And the others weren't. You know, like I'm seeing like a customer service person, a hotel desk clerk, a gas station attendant. They don't have any payroll experience. They don't have any accounting experience. And I feel sorry for them because they wasted their time. With that said, so yeah, I'm sorry. So number one is read the job description and then have a resume that reflects what they're looking for in the job. Or at least have a cover letter that explains why you want to work with a company and how you feel your skills, knowledge, and abilities would contribute to your success.
Gotcha.
Hey, Kevin, I have a question. So if you're a person who does a lot of volunteer work and you haven't worked for a while, but you might be thinking about going to work and you've got all this volunteer stuff, how can you put that in a resume so it looks like you've been active in your profession or doing something since you haven't been working?
So there's a couple things. Number one is you should truly understand the impact and the value of your contributions. Most people don't, or they're unable to put that on paper. So I would say 80% of the resumes that I get, they're just regurgitating their job description. They're telling me stuff they were responsible for, but I have no idea of the scope. I have no perspective on, you know, how much or how little they did or whatnot. So like somebody says, you know, I managed employee files. 3, 4, 100, 1,000? If you're telling me you're responsible for records management for 2,000 employees, I'm impressed. If there were 20, not so much. But if you tell me nothing, I got nothing. But for somebody who's done volunteer work, if they say, you know, like for example, I volunteered at the food pantry for the last 2 years. I worked an average of X amount of hours per week, and we served about 700 families a week. Okay, so now I get a sense of, you know, how much time they were putting into it, what their impact was. They say, you know, I created a new, you know, distribution system that helped us to more effectively, you know, put food into boxes, or, you know, I was able to find additional donors to get us additional food. You know, it's like, you know, what did you do besides show up and breathe their air? So I encourage people to look at every line in their resume and say, so what? Who cares? What difference did I make? So, you know, again, the more perspective you can give the employer, the better. And it's funny because like I needed to hire a dishwasher once at a hotel. You wouldn't think that would be a difficult thing to do, but it was. And then one day I get a resume, and the guy is, you know, basically a laborer. I don't think he'd ever washed dishes before, but his cover letter, he starts saying, you know, I understand how important it is that your restaurant patrons eat off of clean dishes, that it really sets the tone for having a great dinner experience. And I also understand from a public health perspective how important it is to make sure that those dishes are clean. And he went on and he said, I would be honored to have that opportunity to come there and wash your dishes. And I'm like, I was so impressed with this letter. I read it in my senior staff meeting. The CEO's like, you got to hire that guy, get him in here. And I did. I hired him like within 24 hours. And the guy worked out great. So, but if he hadn't written that letter, I might just saw, you know, okay, laborer, you know, he's done bricklaying and some construction work, and why the heck would he want to come here and wash dishes? But he wrote a convincing cover letter.
Convincing is sometimes it's half the battle. Just being able to get your foot in the door. But what would somebody who's an older worker who might have lost their job, or maybe, okay, here's a better question. Being that COVID is what it is now, and so many people have had to lay off employees or whatever, when we start going back to work, what do like people my age, your age, our age, have to really worry about like trying to get our jobs back or positions back when maybe they may have been eliminated?
Well, if it's been eliminated, it's been eliminated.
Yeah.
So you need to go look in other fields. You need to go look in other areas.
But a lot of people don't like to reinvent themselves, because that requires, to be able to go to another job or another profession, requires you to reinvent yourself. That you have to do it. What's part of the obstacles for people our ages to, do something that's better for you, even if you don't want to?
So the biggest one is the mental block, and for people to understand that they are not their jobs. And we saw this a couple recessions ago with the steel workers in the steel industry. That's now referred to as the Rust Belt, because so many of those steel companies have closed down. And when they tried to retrain some of those steel workers, they tried to teach them computer skills and everything. You had some of them that are just like, I don't want to do computers. I'm a steel worker. I work steel. That's what I do. It's like, no, you're a human being, and you have a mind, and you have the capacity to learn new things. And that's what you're going to have to do if you're going to survive, is you are going to have to learn new things. I mean, it seems like I'm learning a new computer system every year. I had to learn a whole new computer /safety /workers comp /several other things just to contend with COVID here. But you do ask a good question for somebody who's been out of work for a while. How do they get back into the workplace? And when they get that interview and the interviewer says, so what have you been doing during the pandemic? If the answer is, I've been watching a lot of Netflix, Tiger King was cool. Just really staying inside and, being safe, staying inside. That's what they said you should do. And I had a gal who was out of the workplace for about 4 years. And her background was in social work. This was when I worked for a nonprofit helping adults with developmental disabilities. And looking at her resume 4 years prior, it was all the good stuff that we would love to hire someone. When I did the interview, the initial interview over the phone, and I said, so, what have you been doing for the last 4 years? Now, a lot of HR people won't even contact someone if they don't have something on their resume. It's unfortunate, but most of the time they think it's because they were incarcerated. They were in jail. So you really need to have something on there. I mean, unless you were in jail. But even then, I've seen some creative ways of dealing with that. But with this woman, I said, so what have you been doing for the last 4 years? And she said, well, I have some girlfriends that do social work, and every now and then we meet for lunch. And I mean, like if she had said, I subscribe to several journals, or I get involved in online chats, or I've been keeping up my skills, or, I learned recently XYZ, but there was nothing there. And I kind of needed something to be there. It's like, tell me you're excited about getting back into this profession, that this is something you actually want to do for a living, and you want to do it with us. And it wasn't there. But I had other people it was there, so she did not get hired. But I think that's going to be a very common question amongst a lot of HR people when folks are going back looking for work, is what did you do during the pandemic?
Oh, wow.
And there are good answers and there are bad answers. If somebody says, you know what, I tried to eat right and take care of myself. That's another tip for older workers. Or older individuals. Too many of them, they kind of let themselves go. And I know a lot of us have, when we talk about having COVID-19, we're talking about that extra 19 pounds that we gained. I know I gained at least 19 pounds during this thing that I now need to work off. But if somebody doesn't present themselves well, if they show up and they're disheveled and they haven't shaved for a while, and yes, I am wearing pants down here. So,
Honey, we're
we're doing so much stuff via Zoom, GoToMeeting, and all these other things. People need to know how to present themselves. I have this nice little background behind me because behind it is I'm at home. It's my man cave. What do you want? But half an hour ago or before this, I was just wearing a t-shirt, but I thought I should wear something nice so I could present myself in a professional manner.
I appreciate it.
Unfortunately, again, a lot of people being quarantined for so long, they've kind of let themselves go, and they need to get back to that. It's kind of like, act as if you are that person that they want to hire, that you are the person for the job, because you're competing with other folks.
Yeah.
Networking, you can't emphasize it enough. They say that 75% of all jobs are had through networking. And so if you're not on LinkedIn, get there. If you are there, make sure your profile casts you in the very best light. And then when you want to go for a specific job, find out who's doing that job at that company, and don't ask them for a job. Nobody likes to be asked for a job, but people love to be asked for advice, because advice is the one thing people love to give and
for free.
Usually don't want to take.
Except if you're a lawyer, then you don't get free advice.
Yeah. But if you send them a message saying, "Hey, I'm really interested in working for XYZ company. I understand that you're there as a whatnot, and that's something I'd like to do someday. Could I get your advice on what I might do to prepare myself to be in such a position?" Or you might say, "Hey, I noticed that they had this job available, and I'd really like to compete for that. Do you have any words of wisdom on what I might do to land an interview? Or do you know if they're looking for anything special beyond the mere job description?" And so when you ask someone that, again, usually they're flattered that you ask them for advice. And they might also be flattered that you think they have some inside information. And because you just never know, that person might actually be the hiring manager. So, or again, because they're flattered, they might say, "You know what, I'm not the guy who's hiring for that position, but I know who is. And if you want to send me a resume," okay, you better have already applied on their company website. That's a formality. But yeah, send them the resume. That might be the in that gets you in there for the job interview.
So, so let's talk about money, because a lot of people, that's like the first thing that you talk about. Well, you shouldn't talk about money the first thing at a job interview, but should you take less money to get more experience? Is that a sound plan, or what do you think about that?
It depends. I can tell you the one time in my career when I dumbed down my resume, it didn't work out so well. When I went to go work for Caesars Entertainment, I took a pretty dramatic pay cut because I thought, okay, well, Caesars, this is a big company, it's growing, it's about to merge with Eldorado, lots of opportunity. And then the pandemic hit. So, and then I also figured out, it's funny because one of their questions was, "So how do you deal with not meeting deadlines?" And I said, "Well, I always meet my deadlines. I don't miss them because I don't overpromise and underdeliver. And if it looks like something may not get done in time, I'm going to go back and renegotiate, let them know why, I'm going to communicate with them." I mean, I thought I was giving the right answer. They didn't give me the right question. The right question would have been, how do you deal with an incredibly hopeless situation where you don't have anywhere near the manpower to accomplish the mission? And so even though it was exciting to work for Caesars, the benefits were great. When I had that opportunity to go to Arizona and go back to making what I had been making previously, I took it. It looked like it was a better job. It was better money. But sometimes you do have to take a step back to take a step forward. But again, you got to look at your resume. So here I am trying to hire a payroll clerk. Clerk. That's not entry level. I want someone with at least 2 or 3 years of experience. But I had somebody apply that had an MBA that had worked as a general manager. probably not going to consider that person for a clerk position that pays $15, $16 an hour. Okay. I'm not going to select the person who's working at the gas station either. I need someone who has some experience, but there is such a thing as being overly qualified.
Yeah. That was my next question. How do you adjust to being overqualified? Because it's real. So how do you adjust to that?
So my attitude towards that is that if somebody is willing, if I'm willing to work for what they're willing to pay, then let's have a win-win relationship and let's get to work. Now, with that said, I know Caesars was very reluctant to hire me because I had much more experience than most of them. And I had more education and I had more training. When I worked there, I didn't meet anybody in HR that was certified. I didn't meet anybody who had a graduate degree. I'm sure there had to be some somewhere, but that wasn't something they really placed an emphasis on. And they're like, well, we're just afraid that if we hire you and invest in you, you'll be gone right away. And unfortunately, I was gone after 6 months. You know, having a global pandemic had something to do with it. But yeah. I'm like, hey, I take the drop in pay. My wife, she had back surgery. She's going to be going back to work here soon. So at least we'll have a second income. At least that was the theory. So I thought I could deal with it. And then when it looked like wife wasn't getting back to work because her back didn't heal the way we had hoped, I'm like, okay, I got to make up this money somehow. So I'm going to go back to doing what I know I can do, which is being an HR director, kind of a leader of the band instead of just one of the band members. I'm okay being a band member. I don't have to be in charge if the work environment and the money is good enough.
Well, somebody always has to play the tambourine, Somebody else has a good time.
I'm happy to be the guide on the side versus the sage on the stage. But I am more comfortable where I am now, and I think I'm getting paid what I should be paid. And who knows, maybe if I finish that MBA program, that will enable me someday to go to another place.
Yeah, a lot of us are afraid to go back to school. I remember going to school even when I was 26, going back to school in a classroom full of young kids was really daunting for me. And to go back when you're 46 is like way harder. How do you, I know you were talking about the difference between certifications and certificates in schooling, but when you determine where you have to go for that, how do you overcome that mental block? Because that's a big thing, stepping into a classroom when you're 46 and you haven't been there for about 20 years.
I think the first thing you need to do is really focus on why you're there, what it is that you plan to get out of it. And, like what is your mission? And if your mission is to learn, to get a good grade, and to get the certificate or certification or degree or whatever it is, then that is your goal and you focus on it. It is unfortunate, but you will certainly have people in that class that are there because they don't know what else to do with their lives, or because somebody told them they had to be there as part of some program. So the trick is not to let anyone get in the way of you learning. Even a bad teacher. Don't ever let a bad teacher get in the way of you learning. Get everything you can out of the textbooks, out of the discussions, do extra research on your own. And it's funny because when I was in the Air Force and I was working on my graduate degree, I was usually in a class full of 03s, Air Force captains, and they had to get a graduate degree if they wanted to make major. That's just kind of the way it was. Yeah. And these classes were from 5:30 till 9 o'clock at night. And at 8:45, I'm still asking questions. And I've got these guys saying, shut up, dude. Shut up. We're getting out of here. It's like, dude, really? Again?
I want to go home.
And at this point, I'm 28 and they're like 25 and 26. So I'm still getting older than them. But I'm like, dude, I'm going to do this for a living. I'm actually getting out in a little while. This is what I'm going to do for my work. So it was a challenge for me to, just not let it bother me. My wife, she went to a pharmacy technical school, and she's in her 40s, and everybody else in there is in their 20s, and there were some mean girls. It was rough at times for her, and I'm just like, you need to stay out of that drama. Just focus on why you're there and what you're trying to get out of it. And fortunately, my wife had some prior experience in a hospital, but it's like, this is a pharmacy technician school. 16 people started. And when it came time to the drug test, 8 of them got blown out because they failed the drug test. Even though they knew, like a 10-month school, they were told that they would be drug tested. One girl actually bragged about how she used her sister's pee, and that's how she passed the drug test. Yeah, I don't know.
Out loud?
Yeah, she was bragging about it with the other students.
Oh no.
And then of the 8 people that were left, there's like a national certification you can get. Only my wife and one other girl passed the test to do it.
Wow.
And again, of these 6 other girls, they're like, oh, Katrina's just the teacher's pet. And it's like, and my wife's like, I can't believe they're doing this. I'm like, believe it, they're in their 20s. Now get over it and focus back on why you're there. But that's the main thing, is just to keep focused. You're there to learn. You're there to get a degree, a certificate, or whatnot. And then you're going to get out, and then you're going to use it. And these other people, you have no idea what they're going to do with their lives, and just let them go. And so I would say, if somebody's nervous or apprehensive about going back to school, number 1, focus. Number 2, you can't, nobody's going to hurt you. I mean, I realize you have this early programming to get over, but you're not going to be sent to your room. You're not going to be denied dinner. There shouldn't be a bully that wants to meet you after school in the parking lot. You're now an adult. You should be much more trained and equipped to handle something like this. So make it so. Plus, a lot of schools now,
Kevin, yeah.
I'll just say, a lot of schools refer to it as their, like School of Lifelong Learning or School of Continuous Learning. Yeah. And they really are starting to go out of their ways to try to get those older workers back in an environment so they can learn new skills, so they can maybe finish that degree that they just didn't finish before.
Kevin, you said something a couple of weeks ago. I posted a video about rolling some balls at Excalibur, and you broke it down. I was actually really impressed. You said it's a metaphor for life. How once you let go of something, you have no control about what happens to it. So why don't you talk to us about, being prepared, but when it's time to let go, you have to let go and just let whatever's going to happen. So can you elaborate on that just a little bit? I thought it was really interesting.
Well, for example, when applying for a job, you learn as much as you can, you get those skills, you put together that brilliant little marketing document called a resume, and you send it in. Then you maybe look on LinkedIn, try to figure out who the hiring manager might be and say, hey, maybe you can give me some advice. Maybe you find out where those people meet after work even and run into them. So like being a member of the Southern Nevada SHRM chapter, Society for Human Resources Management, we'd have quarterly mixers. I was trying real hard to get a job with Allegiant, and I must have talked to probably 8 or 9 people from that company. I got an initial phone interview, but I never made it to an in-person interview. And the beat goes on. Somebody told me once, you got to kiss a lot of frogs to find your prince. And so I've had some people say, man, I can't get a job. I've applied to like 20 different places in the last 6 months. 6 months. My last job campaign, I applied to 278 positions.
So when you're looking for a job, finding your job is your job.
Yeah. Yeah. Your job is to get a job at that point. And kind of going back to what you were saying about company loyalty, I mean, I've been burned by enough companies that are no longer in business to where my loyalty is to myself, it's to my family, it's to my higher power. It's, you know, I have a certain amount of company loyalty, but it's not absolute. The idea that you give everything you can to a company and then 30, 40 years later, you get a gold watch, that died a long time ago. There are still some positions like that in America, but it really is the exception. It's just not the norm. Doc, did you freeze? Or are you just pondering?
I think I froze. It's unstable. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Hello? Is there anybody there? Not if you can hear me. Can you hear me, guys? Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay. Am I frozen?
But
Okay.
you're glitching.
Well, such is life. Such is life. So, for one more question, Kevin, you're trying to, come up and you're trying to, how many social media channels should you focus on when you're looking for a job? That's the last question, because a lot of us only deal with one or two platforms. So when you're dealing with finding work, how many platforms should you be on if you're not really used to being on any of them?
I think you need to be on at least LinkedIn, and it doesn't hurt to be on Facebook at a minimum. Because again, if you think about that young person that's looking at a resume, they may very well try to look you up on social media. Now, if your name is John Smith, they're not going to find you.
Yeah.
If your name is Kevin Panet and you are the only Kevin Panet on planet Earth, seriously, just Google, there is no other. I'm it.
Are you the only Kevin Panet?
I am. I cannot hide in cyberspace. I have a pretty large digital footprint that goes back to 1994. I was actually quoted in a base newspaper as a staff sergeant, and I saw that come up deep in a Google search.
Wow.
So again,
wow. You can't hide anything. You cannot hide anything.
You make it work for you.
Yeah.
So LinkedIn is something you could certainly have work for you. You can write recommendations for others that have helped you in your career, others that you think have done a really great job. And then, of course, LinkedIn says, hey, so-and-so wrote you a recommendation. Do you want to post it on your profile? And if it's a nice one, you usually say, why, yes. And they'll say, great. Now, would you like to write one for them? So I've known some recruiters that have said they won't even consider someone on LinkedIn unless they have at least 10 recommendations.
Oh, wow. I don't even use LinkedIn. That's how much I don't use LinkedIn. I don't use it at all. And my profile.
It's a powerful tool. But again, that's me in the business world. So same thing with Facebook. Okay, Facebook and Doc, you know me. We're friends on Facebook. You've seen the kind of stuff that I post. For the most part, how would you describe what you've seen of me on Facebook?
It's PG-13, and I think that's how it should be.
I'm hiking. I'm playing with my dogs. I'm talking about dogs.
You're doing like community service things. You're not really drinking or smoking or going to the club. You might put something with your wife and like, hey, we're going here, we're XYZ, and just basic stuff, but it's generally PG-13.
If that.
Maybe.
There's a lot of dad jokes to drive my daughters nuts.
I remember that one joke you were telling about the BDU shirt. You're like, oh, if you wore this BDU shirt, you're gonna need a colonoscopy.
Got mine. And a bunch of other people said, got mine too. But it's what I would consider to be some harmless fun. It shows that I have a sense of humor. Our post, and I truly do care about our open spaces, our public lands. So I may post some stuff about that. So I guess, it shows that I'm environmentally conscious or friendly or something like that. But I'm not going to argue about politics.
No.
And if somebody puts something on my wall or responds to one of my posts with some stupid political thing, I usually delete it pretty quickly. So, and even I have to censor myself sometimes, or see something on the internet that's just so dumb, and I'll be like, "Oh yeah," it's like, "Oh, okay, I don't need to put that on there."
All right, Terry, do you have anything for Kevin? Nope.
Well, Terry,
well,
you work in human resources, Terry?
Actually, no. I was a personnel guy when I was in the Army, and then now I work more on the marketing side for IBM. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably one of those strange folks that actually did outside of the service what I did in the service. Now, my war skill was Air Base Ground Defense Force. So for the 4 years I was overseas, I was in and out of mop gear and wearing a helmet, M16 and flak vest and the whole bit. But for the most part, when people are like, when my friends would ask me what I was doing in the military, I'd be like, remember that TV show MASH? Remember Radar O'Reilly, company clerk?
Yeah.
That was what I was when I came in. I was an administrative staff support specialist, which was an HR generalist by today's standards.
Yeah. Nope, it was great. I enjoyed my time doing it. It was good.
Yeah, I mean, where else can you have such diversity in the people that you work for? I went from an air weapons controllers training squadron to working at the wing, so working with fighter pilots, to going overseas to a radar site, working with scope jockeys, as they called them, then to overseas to a transportation squadron, and then the Space and Missile Systems Center at Los Angeles Air Force Base, literally working with rocket scientists, satellite engineers, and others. And then finally ending up at a reserve base with C-130 folks. And I got to work in a medical unit there for a while.
Wow.
And this is one of the great things I love about HR is that as long as you have humans, you tend to have human resources.
Right.
And with that, we're going to close that up. Thank you, Kevin, so much for being here with us today. And we really appreciate you. Thank you so much. And we're going to go for our last break, but we're going to come back with Terry Albright. He's been with us all day long. He's going to interview. I'm going to talk with him, and then we are going to give some stuff away. So you guys, it is 12:46. We'll be back at 1. And Terry, you're up next. And I've got a surprise for you.
Take a break.
I'm going back to the deserts. Y'all take care. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Be safe. Okay, tell Katrina I said, hey. I saw you. How's the thing at the Bellagio? I saw you guys went to the Bellagio this morning.
Oh, it's beautiful. And if you get there in the 7 o'clock hour, lots of social distancing.
Yes.
So go early when there's no people. That's what even 6 o'clock is better.
All right, 6 o'clock. Wow. And if just in case you guys are wondering, we live in Las Vegas, Nevada, and the conservatory at the Bellagio Hotel and Casino is probably the one thing, if you don't see anything else, you should come and see it. Absolutely. So we're going to take a break right now, and we'll be back at 1, and we're going to talk to Terry. We'll be right back. Bye, Kevin.
Happy trails.
Happy trails. See you. Be good. We'll be right back. So, hey guys, I'm here. I'm waiting for Terry to get back. And I thought I'd just talk to you guys a little bit. So, hey Terry, how are you? So I thought we'd just get to chat a little bit. We're running early, so I'm gonna just tackle this with you. Okay, you guys, just so you know, I think we mentioned it a couple of times during this live stream, but Terry and I, we've known each other, but we just reconnected on like Thursday or Friday. It was really a weird story. And I was talking to somebody about, they were saying, hey, I know this person in front of me. I'm like, oh, it'd be so funny if, you just ran into somebody you haven't seen for years. And then like 2 seconds later, Terry was like, he said something in the post. And I'm like, hey, I know you. And then that's how we reconnected. So let me tell you about Terry Albright. He was, his hometown is Reed City, Michigan. He joined the Army in 1992 as a personnel specialist. He's been all over. He was in the engineering brigade, and then he was in the aviation brigade, and then West Point. Not West Point, but
ROTC. Yeah.
ROTC. Yeah. And what I know about Corporal Albright is he's one of the hardest charging people I knew, especially as a 19-year-old private in Germany. And, you know, he knew his job, and he knew what he was doing. And I respected that as a soldier. You always have to see that kind of example set to you and set by people who really care about what they're doing. And Terry Albright is one of them. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce you all to Terry Albright. How are you, friend? It's been such a long
thanks,
time.
Vita, for having me. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the invite.
Oh, no worries. I'm so glad that it was you. You know, we used to be neighbors in Gelnhausen back in the day. And it's just like, you know, it's just like I think about all that stuff that we've been through. And we just, you know, we go our separate ways. We don't see each other for years. And then, you know, we just come back and just, you know, we understand what we're talking about. And that's the bond that I'm glad we have as veterans and as brother and sister in arms and the whole thing. And I didn't cry. I was going to because it's like, you know, but I'm just really glad that you're here. So what have you been doing? What have you been doing?
Yeah, no, again, thanks for having me. And just, you know, I mean, like Vita said, you know, we met when we were in Germany, stationed with the aviation battalion, ended up being deployed to Bosnia and going through that whole experience, I guess you could say, right? That is really somewhat become ingrained in our heads, and we've learned so much from that one experience, and then to, you know, get out and take a, you know, step back into the civilian world, as they say, right? And then come full circle, and then just this week, you and I reconnecting over Facebook through a Bosnia Facebook group.
That's right.
You know, so it is a great platform. It does a lot of great things. It does a lot of evil things too, right?
It does, yeah.
But,
gotta watch it.
But the good in it is that, you know, we can connect with people like you and I connecting, and several others, you know, across this whole, I like to say, an experience, the deployment of going to Bosnia.
Yeah.
So it's been.
I find it an experience too.
And what's been really neat, just over the last couple of days, is just being able to, like, you and I have communicated over, you know, Messenger, via email, and now today on this Zoom call. But the brotherhood, the sisterhood, however you want to, you know, call it when you're in the Army, is that, you know, you can really literally pick right up where you left off. Like, we literally haven't spoke in 25 years.
Literally, I don't think so.
I mean, literally, yeah.
Literally.
And then when I seen that face and that post on that Bosnian group, I was it brought a smile to my face, and knowing that, you know, hey, I know that girl. I know that kid is what really came to my mind. I know that kid. And so I reached out, you know, and just it was nice. It was nice to be able to do that, because some of the folks that you and I both have served with have since, you know, left us, and they were all great people, and one in particular that I was very close to and learned I give a ton of credit to, is, you know, Perry McRae. But
you know what? I want you. I love Sergeant McRae. He was he's such a positive person, and he kept us like laughing and joking
Yeah.
Even though like during really hard stuff, So can you tell everybody about Sergeant McCrae? Just break it down. We got time.
Yeah, no, sure. I certainly can. I know I was one of the people that, fortunately crossed paths with him, in the Army, you as well. One of these very knowledgeable, he knew his, ARs
He
front
knew
to back,
his shit.
he could quote it. If you ever had a question and he knew the answer to it, right? He would tell you, go look it up. Go look it up.
Yeah, he would.
He would tell you.
Yeah,
he knew the answer, but he wanted
would.
he
You to
wanted
look
you
it
to
up.
go find it. And that's one of the, I like to use that scenario with my kids too at times, right? They want to learn how to spell a word. Well, sound it out.
Yeah.
Go look it up, right?
Yep.
Because when you do that, you learn a lot more. You learn a lot more. And but he would always do that. He was great. He was a true leader who always, led above his rank, whatever rank that may have been at the time.
Yeah.
He was definitely a true leader, and one that people looked up to throughout the company, the battalion.
Yeah.
I would even argue the brigade.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're right on that. He just knew so much. And even, we didn't work in the same section, but we worked really close to each other.
Yeah.
But pretty much it was just like, look it up if you need to. It's like, if you hadn't looked something up before you go to Sergeant McCrae to ask him for something, you're doing something wrong. You need to look it up before you even go ask him. And if you have problems, then he'll answer the question, but not before. So I learned that lesson one time, and that's the only time I ever had to learn it.
Right. That's
Just
right.
one.
So yes, he was a great man, a great leader, and a great American.
Yeah, he was.
mean, above and beyond all, great American for sure.
Yeah, I was sorry to hear about his passing, but I know he's here with us right now. He's listening to us. Hey, Sergeant McCrae. Yeah, I know he's listening to us, and thank you for being the sergeant you were, because I looked up to you. He looked up to you. We all looked up to you. So thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I know I asked you earlier, so I'm going to ask you to repeat it again, just in case people didn't hear it. I was going through my pictures yesterday, and I looked at some pictures of going across the Salva River, and we didn't go the same time, but you went when the Salva River actually flooded, and all that crazy happened. Can you describe to us about that time?
Yeah, certainly. I can. I'll share with my best memories, right? So it was December 1996. We had deployed. I'd left Hanau, Germany on Christmas Eve, boarding that train, and who knew what to expect at that point, right? We just knew we were going. We were out. We were President Clinton at the time had sent us, and we were going to be part of this peacekeeping force. So we left Hanau, Germany, traveled through. I mentioned it earlier. We spent Christmas Day, as a matter of fact, in Prague, Czechoslovakia, not in anywhere nice or anything like that. It was on the railway, on the tracks. As we looked out our window on that train, you could see a Kmart sign. So that was the only thing that was familiar, right? We took that train into Hungary. I remember I have to share this just because I'm in North Carolina, and it's rainy, it's cold. Certainly, not as cold as some places maybe in the north. But anyways, I remember pulling in off that train and going to the railhead in Hungary. That's like the 26th, 27th of December. And of course, all of our clothes are, in our duffel bags. They've been put in a car, a train car. So we're carrying, our rucksack was about it. And we got off that train, and it was raining and snowing and so darn cold. I mean, literally it was Specialist Moore was in our,
yeah.
do you remember Laura Moore?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, I remember her very well. I've never been able to connect.
I saw her picture when we went to Hootie and the Blowfish, but go ahead and continue. We'll talk about that. Yes.
And her and I had left from the S1 at the same time, so we went ahead of everybody. So Sergeant McRae was still in the back. He was coming with Sergeant Bright and a couple other ones at a later date. But that, I remember that night being so stinking cold. I'd never been so cold in my life, to be quite honest, that it got to the point where it was almost, you wanted to huddle up with your buddy,
yeah,
to stay warm. Like, that's how cold it was. And, we had our issued jackets, our boots, we had gloves, we had all that, but it was still cold.
It was still cold.
But yeah, going back to your point about the Sava River, right? We had spent a couple weeks in Hungary, and then we were supposed to move south into Bosnia, but then this, I believe the snow may have melted a little quicker than normal, whatever. It flooded the Sava, it rained. And then that Sava River was the only way into Bosnia from Hungary. And long story short, the engineers ended up, building a bridge, miraculously built this long,
a pontoon bridge.
Heavy duty 1-lane bridge that stretched across the Sava River. And, we all convoyed across it. And, miraculously it worked. It did what it was supposed to do. But at the same time, it was very scary. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that was scary. I don't even know how you guys did it. I know I was scared going over a bus. Yeah. And you guys you went over with your deuce and a half, and you probably had to have guides all the way through, and you were going like maybe 5 miles an hour, if that.
Yeah, it was. And it was just slow.
Yeah. So tell me about your first day in country after the river.
So after the river, we ended up.
Your first day.
We ended up in Tuzla West. That's where we ended up our base camping. I know there's a lot of other talks on the Bosnia Facebook groups and, the different camps and so on and so forth. But our unit was Tuzla West, Comanche base, I believe it was, if I remember right. But when we got there, the Navy Seabees were still there building out these tents for us to stay in. And they had just gotten started. So we ended up staying in these old bunkers. We had parked the deuce and a half, and everything in these old ammo bunkers, I believe they were.
Over by where the motor pool was?
It may have been, but they weren't as big as these big bunkers we stayed in Hungary. These at Comanche base were smaller. They may have been, plain bunkers or whatnot. I can't quite remember, but that's where we initially stayed. We pitched a tent in the snow and the mud. So I remember that and couldn't wait for when the Navy Seabees finally, got the tents done and we could move into a tent. There was no running water. Yeah, there was no running water. You were eating MREs for, I want to say we ate them for a good couple of weeks. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. But, yummy for the tummy.
Yeah.
So how many times did you get stuck in the mud?
Oh man, it literally, I know you shared a story earlier today, and that is no exaggeration. That is the worst mud I've ever seen. I remember having to lay concertina wire around the perimeter with you may remember Captain Walls.
Oh yeah.
That guy was a madman.
Yeah.
He never stopped.
Yeah, he was a hard charger. He never stopped. Him and Colonel Wilkinson, they never stopped. It's just like, those are some hard charging people, right? Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Oh yeah, it was just like, it was always on the, they were both always on the go. Well,
Yeah. So yeah,
like
I know he was,
literally forever.
it seemed as though he enjoyed it, every bit of it. But excuse me. Yeah,
Yeah,
so I
I
remember
think
that mud.
so.
I mean, that mud, pulling that concertina wire, setting that up, and then having to, you know, pull guard duty. We built the, you know, the guard posts, and but when you look back upon it, there's a sense of, you know, sense of accomplishment, a sense of pride, you know.
It's like, it's almost like, it's like, you know what, we lived through that shit, and we didn't know what it was going to be. We didn't know when we were coming home. It was just, we literally lived through that shit. I just, there's no other way to describe it. I just, and everybody, you know, when I talk about it, I can't really put it in context. It's like, you know, we help keep peace. That's what we did. And it's not sexy or anything, but it's just what we did. And it's just like, you know what? Not a lot of people can say that they contributed to, you know, peace like we did. So what was your favorite memory of your time downrange?
Favorite memory downrange. You know, I mean, some of the things that stick out was just the camaraderie that it was built within, like within the unit, right? Like, you know, the friendships that you make, and you know, that has to be the biggest thing, I would think. I always remembered it was nice when you had the opportunity to go, you know, you could go eat dinner at another base camp, right? So you would pull a convoy together to go to make Tuzla, Maine, and, you know, eat some good food.
Eat the good food.
Yeah. Something like that. I always remember a local Bosnian who showed up on a horse and would get the scraps from the mess hall, and that he would, you know, and then take them and feed his own animals that he had at home, and then he would distribute any extras to his, you know, neighbors and whatnot. But that man would show up daily with a smile on his face, and was just so appreciative for the American forces, you know, at that time. I think I even recall seeing him in an old, like, YouTube video or something. It's online. That gentleman's in there on his horse. He brings his horse in with his little trailer, and
oh wow.
Yeah.
Is it the same? I've got a picture of a guy in a trailer, the horse. Is it the same guy? The one that used to go across checkpoint 3?
Yeah, probably.
Was that the same guy?
Yeah, probably the same guy. Yeah.
You know what? We're gonna have to share pictures, because I think I have a picture of the guy.
Yeah.
I have a picture.
I'm sure it is. I mean, it was like clockwork. He was there every day at the same time, and, you know, was, like, say, always showed up with a smile on his face. And I remember helping him load it out one day that I was on, you know, pulling KP duty, but helping him load it up, and yeah.
I just look back. I used to, you know, we spent a lot of time at work.
Yeah.
A lot of time. It was just like the daily grind. How did you find ways to get past that when you were down there?
Yeah, so you know, it was a lot of work. I think it was 12. We ran it in 12-hour shifts, right?
12,
I mean, you were on.
People did 12. 12 and 12.
Yeah,
and then guard duty 12 and 12. Yeah.
So there wasn't really a lot of time for, you know, any downtime. When you did have downtime, you were basically, you know, checking mail. You know, if you had mail, you were cleaning up your bunk area. You you may have additional duties outside your normal job, right?
Yeah.
So depending on, what your platoon sergeant or your platoon leader wanted you to do after you got off work,
Yeah.
you were doing that, right? But just to kill the time, I mean, we didn't have phones. There were no iPhones back then.
Oh,
There were no computers taken to your bunk.
no.
If you were lucky, you had a CD player.
I had a CD player.
Yeah, you were one of the lucky ones.
I was
Yeah,
a lucky one.
yeah.
I was, oh, wow. Could you imagine being there with Facebook?
Yeah, no.
Oh my God.
It would not have
Oh, oh my
been
gosh.
good.
It was so weird. I was at Fort Sam Houston, and I was going through another school, and the kids had cell phones, and they could have them. I'm like, that's the worst mistake the Army could ever make, because you can't really, like, I'm looking at my phone right now. You can't really be focused with the phone in front of your face. And it's just like, I think the Army became a different place with the invention of the cell phone.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm sure it did.
Oh my gosh. But I don't think I could have ever been in the Army when I was in the Army on Facebook.
I know one of the things, I mean, this whole deployment, I mean, it never fails. It doesn't get mentioned in there with, Operation, Iraqi Freedom or
Yeah.
Afghanistan. And it really, I mean, it shouldn't be a forgotten mission. It's certainly not on the scale of what those are, right? But
Yeah.
it's one that was an important mission for the whole region. I mean, that whole region during that time, I mean, just before then, I believe it was, they had the Macedonia
Yeah.
conflict and issues were going on in Macedonia, and then these, and I think, but those of us who did serve should feel proud in a sense of have a sense of pride in what they did, they did do for their country and did for other people. Because since then, I mean, it hasn't been perfect in that region, but it is certainly not at the levels of what it was prior to the U.S. forces,
Yeah.
and not just the U.S. forces, but all of our allies joined in. Even the Soviet Union was there, right?
Yeah, see, I have a list. So see, here's who served. Yeah, Bosnia. So who served? Albania, Australia, Belgium, Bulgaria, Canada, Czech Republic, Denmark, Egypt, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Great Britain, Greece, Hungary, Iceland, Ireland, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malaysia, Morocco, Netherlands, New Zealand, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Russia, Slovenia, South Africa, Slovakia, Spain, Sweden, Turkey, Ukraine, and the USA.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how
it was certainly a global effort, right?
Yeah, and like, how was it to work with a lot of different, not only our military but everybody else? So, did you work with any other countries at that time?
Yeah, so on just a few occasions, of course, other units were more blended in, right? They worked daily. Just for us, I recall on a couple occasions with the UK, working with the UK. And there was another group of, but I can't recall exactly. I clearly remember the UK folks working with them, and they're a great bunch of people who always had, I guess, they had some lax rules when their off-duty time came, right? Let's just say, right? They had a good time. It was like the American forces were like, why can't we be more like that?
So okay, so how did you like to partake in the near beer experience? The near beer. You remember the near beer?
the near
no
beer.
alcohol, near
Yeah.
beer, near
Yeah.
beer.
Yeah. So one of our, I'll give away. I don't think I can be punished under UCMJ actions or anything like that now, right?
Not anymore, and I'm not going to tell.
So one of our, after, I don't know, this was months later, after things have really settled down, and I think the locals there really knew we were there looking out for their best interests, right? So they were like going to try and, they're trying to bribe the soldier for anything they can get from us. But we were always like, well, we'll give you this if you can bring back some nice beverages. So there were some MRE/beverage exchanges done at different points along the perimeter, numerous times. So, yeah, I confess, right? But it was good.
Okay. Confession is good for the soul.
That's right. That's right. I no longer have to live with that.
No, you don't have to live with that weight holding on. It's okay.
I do remember when we redeployed, though, they had set up a nice beer tent in Hungary.
Oh my God. Yeah. I was still too young. Well, I could drink. Okay. Well, guys, the thing about Germany back in those days, I don't know what the laws are now, but you could drink when you were 18 in Germany. So I was able to drink, even though I looked like a 14-year-old, literally I looked like a kid. And I'm like walking around with a beer in my hand. It's like, dude, what? This is not matching. So did you go to Hootie and the Blowfish with us?
Sorry, say that again.
Did you go to Hootie and the Blowfish with us?
I don't know if I recall Hootie and the Blowfish. I think I remember Sinbad was there.
Oh, you got to see Sinbad. You got to see
Sinbad.
that one.
I remember when Hillary Clinton showed up. I remember, who else? I always try and remember this group. I try and share it with my wife. I can't ever remember the name of it.
It was in Hungary, or it wasn't Hootie and the Blowfish. It was
no, it wasn't. I don't think I did. I had a chance to see Hootie and the Blowfish. Yeah.
Well, we did. More and all of us, we did. I saw some. Yeah, I gotta share some pictures. We have to like do a picture exchange because you might.
Yeah, I have to dig mine up to.
Yeah, I dug mine up. I'm like, oh wow, those were like a lot of memories.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was I asked you this question before, but what is the one thing that you learned about yourself downrange?
Yeah. One thing, I learned that, regardless of adversity, right? If you put focus, put your mind to it, you can certainly pull through it, right?
Yeah.
And the one thing that I did learn, being there is that, how grateful we should be here in the United States, no matter how bad it may seem, as we just went through this, political election cycle within the United States and over the last few years, and how torn apart we may seem. It's still the United States of America, right? We still have the greatest democracy on the planet. Yes. We still have so many how do you say it? So many privileges that people across this world do not even begin to have.
Yeah.
Right? And being in Bosnia is just that really was brought to light to me as I looked at these young kids who would, be the ones showing up at the perimeter looking to exchange, a bit of near beer, right? For some MRE. I mean, young kids. Yeah. And, and then just some of the locals that held jobs within these bases, and you get to know them over time. And,
yeah, you get to know them. And, I remember the person who did the laundry, that girl, I don't remember her name, but you know,
Yeah.
I always got to talk to her, and we were talking, you know, just, you know, not shooting the shit, but she's learning from me, I'm learning from her.
Yeah.
And that's something that wouldn't have happened if I didn't join the army. So
Yeah.
and the experiences that we get, even, you know, even the small ones, and just you're
Yeah.
able to touch somebody's life in however way. You never know the way that you've touched somebody's life and how significant you can be in you
Yeah.
know, in somebody else's life. So what do you wish you were able to do down there?
That I wish I was able to do.
Yeah, like we weren't able to do a lot of things, but
Yeah.
we were but what do you wish besides drinking, because we were not allowed to drink at all,
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah.
If
I
you
don't,
could, yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I, I don't know, because at that time you realize you were on a deployment, right? But no one was shooting at you.
Yeah, it was,
Um,
you know, that was almost the strangest part about it. It's like you had to ask you, a lot of people don't know, we had rules of engagement that we had to use, and we weren't firing at anybody. Only under, like, you had to have really specific guidance in order to even do
yeah,
that. And when I talk about that with people, especially other veterans, I'm at the VA hospital and I'm talking, they kind of look at me like it's kind of strange. It's like, what kind of thing is that? But I think it's effective if you don't, I mean,
yeah,
you were Army before I was. How do you wrap your head around that type of conflict?
yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm no historian or anything like that, but I think this was one of those missions that, you know, um, I don't know, like not even a test case. I don't even want to say that, like a test case, but it was one of those abnormal missions, right? Where
I,
where just our presence alone was
enough to deter.
enough to deter, you know, that conflict between those fractions of people in such a small country, right? So it
Yeah.
was like, and you read the list of all the allies that joined in that mission. It wasn't just the United States, but
Right.
I think the United States led that mission initially, um,
Yeah.
and I think just the pure presence of us being there was enough to say, hmm, we better think twice. Let's figure out
And
another
then,
way to resolve this matter,
yeah.
right?
And if we think we're gonna do it, let's go back and think again.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
because there were times before we went into Bosnia where, I mean, we were with the aviation unit where there were missions that were to fly over to have like a show of force, right? So those missions would take place to say, hey, this is just part of the arsenal, right?
This is
Um,
this is just the appetizer.
yeah. So
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
it
just,
was. That's just my opinion. That's my opinion, right? I think the president of the armed forces there, and it wasn't just the Army. It was the Air Force. It was the Marines. The Marines were certainly dug in well ahead of us getting
yeah,
there, and
yeah.
and
I had to make some runs up there a couple of times.
yeah. So,
Yeah.
but yeah,
And it's just like I look
you froze.
back, yeah, I just turned 20 in the field. And I'm thinking, like, oh my God, what did I do? I could be, getting a fake ID, or, you know, going to college, and I'm here, but
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't think that it could have I mean, there's not a day that doesn't go by that I don't think about, Bosnia. I think about Bosnia at least once a day. And I
Yeah.
know a lot of people do. Well, some people don't, I don't know. But
Yeah.
it actually formed me as, it's basically why I am the way I am today. So,
Yeah.
yeah. Ooh.
Well, you should be
when you, how was
proud
it
of your service to your country and to those you served over there. So take pride in it.
I'm proud of us,
Yeah.
and I'm proud.
Yeah.
I'm proud of I'm proud of what we did. I mean, it's just like, not say that they did what we did. You can't. And a lot of people, when I think it's like the cognitive dissonance, that when you're saying, okay, I'm a soldier, but I'm being a peacekeeper right now. And it's just like, it was really hard to get used to it. When you were finished, how did you readjust to
Yeah.
regular, life?
Yeah. So I mean, I remember they actually put us through like we had to go through training, right? Like when we redeployed, they had to go through these day or two classes and how do you, integrate yourself back into
Your
maybe it's your
family,
families,
yeah.
maybe it's to, with just everyday living within your community,
Yeah, because
right?
it was, yeah.
Um, so I mean, for myself, I don't think there was, um, that difficult of a time readjusting. The one thing that you do look back over the years is like I left when my youngest son was 2, and I come back and he's going on 4, right? So that time you never get back, but but as far as adjusting back into everyday life, I didn't personally find it difficult. I know some have, so I don't say that lightly, right?
Yeah.
Because some had a difficult time while we were there. There were plenty of incidents where, as we talked on this webinar earlier today, some of the things Kelley discussed, and people did have a hard time.
I'm not gonna lie. I had a hard time. Adjusting. It was,
Yeah.
it's very difficult, and I'm not saying this to bitch or complain or anything. I'm not saying that at all. But
Yeah.
and I'm not even gonna. It's like when you're even a woman in the military and you're a woman in a kind of conflict like that. That's hard. You there's just a lot of stuff that you have to put aside. And I think my command treated me very well. I think my command did. And it's just like, but it's just what you get. It's just hard. And it's just like, you're just not used to it. Like literally maybe like 2 years before that, I was in high school. And so it's not the easiest thing to adjust to. When you see somebody like having a problem like now, and like really having a hard time adjusting to their military service, what do you say to like maybe come off the topic of
just I'll be honest, I got out. I really haven't been involved with any of the veterans associations not like I really would want to, and I haven't. So I really can't say it. When I do come across a veteran, I see a veteran, what's the most common thing? They wear a hat, a shirt, whatever it may be. I make a point to tell them thank you, right? I think that's the least we can do. That's the least we can do. And I do have friends that have served, and we stay in touch, over Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, those things. But just being on this call today just is, I don't know, is very, I said it earlier, very, I can't even think of the word. Anyways, I should do more on my part, right? Is basically what I'm trying to say, is that I could do more for the veterans in my local community, right? Reach out.
Well, but you already are doing stuff in your local community.
I do.
You do a food pantry. That's important.
Yeah.
You tell me about your backpacking thing.
Yes. Well, it was yeah. So we do like I reestablished a neighborhood association basically in our little community here of like 80 plus homes. And, this was a few years back. So each year we would gather canned goods and such each year and donate them to the local food pantry. And then 2 summers ago, my family, my wife and I, and my daughter, we actually donated our time during the summer months for Backpack Pals. Basically, it is the local food pantry will put together, bags of food that would help out the less fortunate. And we would set up in these communities and we would go twice a week. And my daughter and I and my wife, we would show up during lunch hour, Tuesdays and Thursdays during the week. And, we would meet families and, and a lot of times it was kids. It was the kids that we actually interacted with, which, it's unfortunate. We live in the United States and there's this issue, but it does exist. But yeah, so we would do that. So that was the Backpack Pals program.
That's nice.
And then, yeah, we're like I say, we collect the canned goods around our little neighborhood association each year and donate them to the food pantry. And
you're giving back, and that's all that matters. Some people, you just. When Kelley was talking about it earlier, she was like, no matter how bad I feel, I will go help somebody else because then I'll feel better just by helping somebody, and by helping somebody with food, especially now. People don't realize the economic toll that COVID has left us with. And, food is such a problem, or it's a problem where I am. And we need to do something about, making sure that no kids go hungry or nobody goes hungry during this pandemic. And that's just, I think what you're doing is really great. So I really love that for you.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Bigger than us, right? It's
all bigger than us.
Community behind it. We just try and play a small part in it is all. So
yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I was thinking about, I was gonna say that O.J. Simpson jacked our war. I want to say that O.J. Simpson jacked it. Everybody's talking about O.J. Simpson, and nobody's thinking about the political climate.
Oh. Oh, he's a resident of your area.
That in healthcare. I haven't run across him yet. Some people know him. I know people who know him. Yeah. He's not causing any problems. He's good. It's good. People, hopefully people change in the course of time. But that's basically where our war went. It went to O.J. Simpson because everybody's talking about O.J. Simpson and everything else during when Bosnia went down, and now we share a war with O.J. Simpson.
Oh goodness,
that's great. So I said I had a surprise for you, and I do. So this is for you.
Oh wow.
That's
awesome.
Yes.
I was going to ask you where you got that patch because I have never seen one.
eBay, but they're hard to come by.
Really?
So yes, and I'm gonna get that sent to you. So email me your address and I'll get that to you.
That's awesome. I really appreciate it.
Oh no, and I appreciate.
I will certainly wear it with pride.
Absolutely. I just we lack merch. I4 lacks merch, guys. We need to come up with some I4 merch. But it's been such a pleasure able to spend this time today. I'm overwhelmed with it. I'm so happy to see you, and I'm so And I just come to Las Vegas. Bring the family to Las Vegas. We'll hang out. We'll some family friendly stuff in Las Vegas.
That would be awesome. That would be awesome. I know you were breaking up there, Vita, but thank you for inviting me. Thanks for having me. I really enjoyed it. I honestly got more out of it than I honestly expected, based on your lineup of speakers earlier today. They shared some great information that I'll certainly share through our community here. So yeah, thanks again. I really appreciate it.
No worries. I just oh my gosh, it's been so long. And you are my brother. We share a bond that just can't be broken through anything, and I'm really happy to see you.
Oh,
I told myself I wasn't
don't cry now. No,
I'm not gonna cry. I'm not crying. There, I'm done.
No, it's really cool how it all came together this week. I mean, let's be honest. I am. I think it's really cool to be able to connect with somebody I served with, and like you said, it's a lifelong bond that'll never be broken. So if you're ever in North Carolina, feel free to look us up. Our door is open.
We're getting ready to start. Well, we're trying to start an RV life. So like when my daughter graduates high school in like 4 years, I plan to go. We just plan to go all over in an RV and just see things. And
yeah,
I mean, as much as I try to, I take quick breaks every now and then, but I can't really travel long term because I mean, I do have kids, and even though
breaking up.
So I'm like, okay, when she graduates and go.
Yeah.
So I'm going to look you up absolutely when we get to North Carolina, or before then we'll go to yes. So guys, oh gosh, I forgot we still have a raffle to go through. Oh my gosh, we do. We have a raffle, and you guys can't have this. This is mine. But I do have another one. I have another one because I'm not high speed. Hold on. So you get the winner of this next raffle gets this patch, the Bosnia Now patch, and it has all NATO thing, Apocalypse Now, for all you military-minded movie people. So let's see who gets this. Michael Fries, this belongs to you, Michael. So we are gonna get that to you like right now. We are gonna have to email us with your address, but we will get it sent to you as soon as possible. Now, one more. You get one more thing, and you know what? There's one more patch. So hold on. And one of these lovely Operation Joint Endeavor patches. This is gonna go to Joe Campbell. Joe Campbell, you won a patch. So I'm gonna email you, let you know you won, and you can send your address and we'll get you your patch. And I thought we'd do something a little fun. Like I said, I really want to thank Reclaim Treasures because all this prop stuff, and we do collectibles and everything else. So we want to, make sure that we understand how far back we all go. So we have a Snoop Dogg tape, old school tape from Snoop Dogg. Okay. And we got Gin and Juice on here. And I know we were listening to Gin and Juice downrange. And I'm going to give this away right now to Steve Sinclair gets Snoop Dogg's gin and juice. And you guys, that's all I've got. So there is one thing that I wanted to do since we're all here, and if I have to reflect on our time in Bosnia, I would really go I'm gonna bring Shakespeare into this. Okay. So one of my favorite speeches ever is St. Crispin's Day speech. And since this is a day that 25 years ago made us into people who we are today, good or bad, I'm going to share this with you guys. So, all right. He that outlives this day and comes safe home will stand a tiptoe when this day is named, and rouse him at the name of Crispin. He that shall live this day and see old age will yearly on the vigil feast his neighbors and say, tomorrow is St. Crispin. Then he will strip his sleeve and show his scars and say, these wounds I had on St. Crispin's Day. Old men forget, yet all shall be forgot. But he'll remember with advantages what feats he did that day. Then shall our names, familiar in his mouth as household words, Henry the King, Bedford and Exeter, Warwick and Talbot, Salisbury and Gloucester, be in their flowing cups freshly remembered. This story shall the good man teach his son, and Crispin shall ne'er go by from this day to the ending of the world. But we in it shall be remembered. We few, we happy few, we band of brothers. For he today that shares his blood with me shall be my brother. Be he never so vile, this day shall gentle his condition, and gentlemen in England now abed shall think themselves cursed that they were not here, and hold their manhood cheap, while any speaks that fought with us upon St. Crispin's Day. And with that, guys, I'm gonna close, and thank you guys so much for being with us today. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Doc Bunny out. Take care.
Take care.